Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. This is a sound check. Check, check, 1, 2.
So let's take a look at first day. So we're going to get started. Thanks for being here again. Really quickly, a couple housekeeping announcements. As far as I know, the bathrooms on this side of the lecture hall are good. Great. Don't worry about what happened this morning. And for those of you, I mentioned this, who are only English speakers, we will have a binational panel that's going to be multilingual, and so you'll want to have headsets. They are outside. You will need to leave your ID just for making sure you bring it back, because it is high quality, expensive equipment. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to our MCs to get us started, and our first panel is going to be the AB 617 overview with the district. So we'll hear a little bit from our MCs, and then we'll get right into it. Okay.
Good morning, buenos dias. Thank you so much for returning, for those of you that are returning, and for those of you that it's your first day with us. We are so grateful that you're here to learn with us and continue to grow the advocacy efforts in regards to the health of our communities. So I will introduce to you Dr. Alcela, who will be leading us this morning as our mistress of ceremonies. Thank you very much. And thank you all, and welcome to Imperial Valley College for those of you that are here for the first day today. Thank you.
Gracias. Buenos dias. We open up our second day of this year's Environmental Health Leadership Summit. And very quickly, just by way of opening our day, I would like to acknowledge the contributions of one of Comité Cívico's founding members and great leader that I had the privilege to meet when I first came to Imperial County. He is no longer with us, but he's another one that left a big legacy for the organization. And I'll just ask for the mention on this day, because culturally for us, this is el Día de los Difuntos, the Día de los Muertos, and I would like to ask just for a very brief moment of respect and silence in honor of one of Comité's great leaders, el Señor Gaspar. So thank you for taking the time, and as you go through the day, pay respect, and again, this is a day that many of us honor our beloved family members. And as we always say, it is important to remember the people that have struggled and have made contributions so that we can all be here. That being said, this morning we are picking up with a discussion about the importance not only of legislation, and one of the landmark pieces that has been passed in the state of California. We are here opening this conversation and continuing with the acknowledgement that for too long, communities of color and low-income communities have been suffering the impacts of air pollution. And with the new legislation, AB 617, it gives us new tools and opens up unprecedented opportunities to begin to address those impacts and actually make corrections. We are very fortunate to have one of the leaders in this effort facilitating this morning's panel, and I'm honored to introduce to you, if you haven't yet met her, we'll also ask our panelists to make their way down, but we'll begin by introducing Ms. Karen Magliano, who is the Director of the Office of Community Air Protection. Community air protection. So I think that goes to show how important it is to have our community represented. This is an opportunity for Karen, who is overseeing so much of this work, to guide us through what has been accomplished from the perspective of our air quality districts, to share what the challenges are and what the next steps are in this process. So let's have an applause to welcome our morning panel, and we'll pass it on to Ms. Magliano right away. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. So to begin with, I thought I would ask all of you if you could do a quick self-introduction, but also remind everybody which communities you have in your air districts. So I'll hand this to you, Jack.
All right. Good morning.
Yep, got it, perfect.
There you go. Good morning. My name is Jack Broadbent. I'm with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, the executive officer. Thank you very much for having me here today. For the two communities for 617, we have the West Oakland community, which we just recently adopted our emission reduction plan, and we have Richmond community, which is a monitoring plan.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Nastry. I'm with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, And with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, we have 3 communities, both the Community Air Monitoring Plan as well as the Community Emissions Reductions Plan. The first community that I'll describe is near the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and that represents Wilmington, West Long Beach, and Carson. The second community that we have is near Los Angeles, the sort of the southeast area. It's really East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, and West Commerce. And then the third community we have is actually out towards San Bernardino, Muscoy. And if you think about it, the communities we have actually sort of follow the goods movement path of things that come in from our ports, go up through Los Angeles, and then out to the warehouses.
Good morning. My name's John Adams. I'm the Assistant Director for the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District. We have one identified community. It's the Portside Environmental Justice Neighborhoods. It's along the port. It consists of neighborhoods of Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, West National City. It too has a traffic corridor. There's a lot of major shipbuilding going on there. The fruits you buy in the store, the bananas and pineapples, things like that, probably came from the port. And if you have purchased a imported vehicle from Asia, that most likely came through the port side as well. So we are a community monitoring district, and we're going into a emission reduction plan. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Holt, and I'm the Chief Communications Officer with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. And if the food that you got in the grocery store didn't come through the port and wasn't grown here, actually there's a pretty good chance it was grown in the San Joaquin Valley. We have 2 AB 617 communities. One is in a smaller community of Shafter. It's north of Bakersfield. It's a rural area, a community of about 20,000 people. It has a lot of oil around it, oil industry around it, and also a lot of heavy-duty trucks. We also have a community that's our South Central Fresno community. It has a high concentration of industrial sources and also has a lot of heavy-duty truck traffic through it. Both communities were selected for the Community Emission Reduction Program. Often we get jargony and call them CERPs, and the Community Air Monitoring Plans.
Buenos dias. Good morning. My name is Alberto Ayala. I'm the director for the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District. And we too have one community, a monitoring community at the moment. It's in the area of South Sacramento, Florin. And historically in our district, this has been one of the areas that has been most impacted socially. And we've also shown that environmentally there's a lot of excess pollution that we're trying to mitigate. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Matt Desert. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer for Imperial County. Our 617 designated communities, or corridor as we're calling it, consists of the cities of El Centro, the main city in the Imperial Valley, and that's around 50,000 people. Then there's a smaller rural unincorporated community called Heber, directly south of El Centro. And then that takes us further south to the border, to the city of Calexico. So just a slightly smaller than El Centro in size and population. So that's the corridor. Important to note that that's also an international boundary. It's a main traffic corridor, which is a common theme here for goods movements. And we have 2 ports of entries in Calexico. One recently was enhanced and expanded. So we have a lot going on in this small populated area, but we cover a large footprint. We're also doing a community monitoring plan and emissions reduction plan. So again, that's the corridor consisting of the cities of Calexico, Heber, and El Centro. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. So I hope you actually all had a chance to make the rounds of the breakout sessions yesterday and learn a little bit more about what's going on in these different programs. And then we had a wonderful community panel to close out the day. So we want to continue that discussion here. And one of the things I'd like to start with is, as we've talked about the importance of what AB 617 is accomplishing with this new community-focused actions. But beyond that, it's really also transforming about how we work together to develop those programs. So I thought maybe we could start with our first three panelists here, and you could provide some sort of reflections or comments about how AB 617 has changed how you've approached this, and any lessons learned from that. So maybe we'll go to Jack, Wayne, and John.
Okay. Again, thank you for allowing me to be here to talk about work that we're very proud of in the Bay Area. With regard to work in the community, first, the Bay Area Air Quality District, or I should say the Bay Area as a whole, doesn't suffer from the regional smog problems that, unfortunately, they seek to try to address, of course, in South Coast and in the San Joaquin Valley. Those are extreme non-attainment areas, right? They have very high smog, they have very high PM levels. The Bay Area enjoys different meteorological conditions, different geographic conditions, and as a result, we, of course, adopt a lot of the same rules and regulations, are required to, as the rest of the state of California. But I think as a result of that, we've been engaged in the community for quite a long time. So for at least, particularly in the West Oakland community, for over 20 years. I'm very proud of my relationship and work with Ms. Margaret Gordon and Brian Beveridge and the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. And so we have been working together to try to seek to try to reduce the exposure in that community from the port and other goods movement operations, and frankly all the sources there for quite some time. And in particular, the Maritime Air Quality Improvement Plan that we put together with them really formed the basis of our work together. So I mention that only because, as part of the context, is largely because it's through that relationship, the fact that we've been working together for so long, it's one that has built up a level of trust we have in that community. And trust is an extremely important, oftentimes underrated aspect of the work in the community, because I think it's absolutely necessary for us to, in terms of moving forward and being able to implement the plan that we just put together in the West Oakland community. So, Karen, I think you want me to talk a little bit about lessons learned. And so, out of the work we've done in the West Oakland community, I'll just mention a couple of key important lessons learned. One is that it has to be community-driven. And so, by community-driven, what I mean is the fact that the community itself, for example, needs to be able to define the agenda for the meetings itself. They're the ones that actually try to organize the community. It isn't the district coming in and saying, here's the agenda for the meeting. Here's what we want to get accomplished. Instead, we need to be able to sit down and listen and understand what are the concerns of the community, and indeed have them identify what indeed we want to be able to address as part of the local plan. And putting together that plan, of course, involved, at least in the West Oakland community, 86 different strategies that we're going to move forward on. And so a lot of those strategies come out of, frankly, the concerns from the community that were raised, and like, for example, trucks idling in the community. So one of the strategies is us being able to enforce the anti-idling measures that we have with an MOU with CARB, rerouting some of the trucks out of the West Oakland community as they try to traverse that community to get into the port. That's another important strategy. All of those are born out of concerns being raised by the community, and it came from us, frankly, sitting down, listening, and over time having that trust. Also, I'll just mention another important lessons learned out of our experience out of the West Oakland community is that we took an approach whereby, because of our long experience, we actually undertook an effort, technically speaking, that is a community exposure modeling. That's what we did. We actually sought to be able to understand what are people actually breathing in the local community. And so that's a highly intensive effort, but frankly what we were doing is trying to, from a staff standpoint, meet the expectations of the community. That's what they wanted, that's what we performed for them, and we conducted those work largely at the direction of this steering committee of the West Oakland community. So that's another important lesson learned, in that the technical work needs to reflect what the steering committee wants. I'm not going to take all the time, Karen, don't worry. So I'll just be quick about the rest
grab
of it.
the mic back.
Sorry, we're real excited about the work we do there. Capacity building is really key. We have taken a slightly different approach, which might come out here as part of this panel discussion with regard to 617. We're real concerned about the fact that in West Oakland we have a lot of experience, obviously, as I mentioned, a lot of trust that came as a result of years of working in the community. We don't have that same type of structure, if you will, in places like East San Jose, which we need to build. And so we're working hard to try to understand who the community leaders are, and then build into, with them, an understanding of what potentially are the air quality issues, so we can build a plan moving forward. And then finally, I'll just mention, so I don't take all the time, we ourselves also feel that it takes time to put together this work, and the bill itself, 617, is very prescriptive as to the time frames we need to operate under. We have concerns about that, but nevertheless, we are working towards, as I said, building capacity and then making commitments even before we then officially identify a community up to the state. And that's a part of how we're operating with regard to implementing 617. I'll stop there because I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
Pass the mic to Wayne.
Thanks, Jack. So let me start with saying that the first community that I described, West Long Beach, Carson, Wilmington, if you can imagine, our area represents 17 million people, but this one community represents about 300,000 people. And in this one community, we have almost 5 refineries. And these are very large oil-producing, gas-producing refineries. We have the ports. We have the ocean-going vessels, cargo handling equipment. And we have the heavy-duty trucks. We have locomotives. So as you can imagine, this is a very heavily impacted community. But when you think about the district as a whole, I can tell you, I grew up in Carson. I grew up in this area, and I'll date myself. In the 60s, when I was a kid, there were times you could not breathe. You couldn't take a deep breath because you'd have to clutch your side. And when you look at the air quality today, it's much better. But having said that, we still have a long way to go. We still have the worst air quality in the nation. And as an organization that represents 17 million people, 11,000 square miles, we've focused on the big picture. What 617 has really done is say, you need to focus on the community. And yes, air quality has improved, but it hasn't improved for everybody. And so how do we actually go about doing that? Jack talked about communication, about capacity, about collaboration. And what we find is that the community aspect, being in the community, is so important. Because our office is in the middle of all of our county region, and it's very difficult for people to take time off to get to our office, where we have board meetings or we'll have working group meetings. And so being in the community allows the community to participate. And that participation, that communication, I think is the first step that's really necessary to start building that trust that Jack talked about. So having the presence is very important, and I would say that I've had a chance to go to other districts and look at other meetings, and in our meetings, we have a pretty significant force. And when I say that, I mean we have a number of people from all of the different divisions within our office. We have people from enforcement, we have people from rules, we have people from engineering, we have people from monitoring and science. And we want to make sure that everybody is there so that they have the opportunity to do a few things. One is to listen and to learn directly from the community. And then the second is to sort of share their understanding, their knowledge, because I think as regulators, oftentimes we think, well, we've done the technical monitoring, we know the community. And the thing that 617 has taught us is that's not the case. I saw Jesse Marquez walk in the back a little while ago, and Jesse has been doing toxic tours for a number of years, where he's brought regulators and community members and elected officials out to the community so they could see firsthand where you can actually see somebody's home right on the backyard of a refinery, where you can smell the operations of that. And it's that kind of experience that we as regulators, when we're back in our office building, we don't get. And so being in the community, I think, is one of the most important things that we've learned to help us understand directly what those community concerns. And then being able to collaborate, being able to understand what are the things that we look at? How do we as an organization that's very science-based understand the monitoring equipment that's necessary, the type of things that we want to do so that we have a technical understanding so that we can develop solutions with that. And so it's understanding what are the concerns. One of the big surprises I know that we learned in Wilmington, Carson, West Long Beach was the concern for oil wells on properties throughout the area. That's typically something that we as an organization wouldn't have been very focused on in comparison to the refineries, the trucks, and all those other issues. But that was a very significant concern for the community. And it was one that we could actually address very straightforwardly. So having the ability to listen to the community, to say there's things that we can do right away to develop the trust is one of the most critical things, and all of those things apply to all of the communities, I think. And then the other aspect, again, and Jack touched on this, is building that capacity. Building the ability to understand, to share in knowledge, and to just have the critical mass of common understanding and the ability to interact, I think, is very important. So being able to provide the resources so that we can build capacity on both sides. Because I can tell you this program has really stretched the limits of all of us in terms of our staff and the work we do, because we all still have the ongoing work that we've got to do to improve air quality. For us, we do have the worst air quality in the nation when it comes to ozone. And so we focus on that, but the focus on community is much more intensive. And in many ways, for us, it's much more rewarding because we get to meet with the community, we get to deal with them firsthand and develop those solutions. And I think that's probably one of the most important things that we've learned. So thank you.
But John, if you want to answer that one, and then I'll jump to a different question to start with. Jamie.
Sure. I'm going to pose lessons learned to those air districts or groups that want to nominate a community next year in year 3. And I think one of the most important things you can do, if you're considering a community for year 3, you need to start now. You need to start meeting with the community leaders. In San Diego County, we started meeting with community leaders 6 months before we were ever selected. So we went on the basis that we were going to be nominated, even though we didn't know. So we met with key stakeholders. We came up with a charter, draft charter. We came up with nomination form for steering committees. We started receiving nominations for people to be on the steering committee. So we met monthly. So when we were nominated on September 26th as a community monitoring, 1 month later we were ready to go. We had our first meeting, first in the state to do so. So it's really key to do that. You need to start listening to the community now. And if you are selected, you need to work as fast as you can to set up the steering committee. It's going to take longer than you think. While we had a majority of our steering committee members in September, it took us another 3 or 4 months to get a full complement from the community. Still start working on that now. So when you start your steering committee meetings, and like it was mentioned before, it's the steering committee that leads the meeting. You can come up with an agenda, and you may have 10 items on that agenda, but if the steering committee wants to speak on number one and say a number one, you do so. You don't put artificial limits. You let the steering committee lead it, and that's how you learn. And so we've been very fortunate in San Diego. We have a very effective steering committee. They're very collaborative. They work well together. We have the majority of residents. We have agencies that can help them. We have associations there, and they work really well together. And it's through that trust building that we got there. So it's really important and in that regard. We have some challenges in our area. There's a lot of land use issues. For example, the trucks that drive to the ports to pick up those vehicles, to pick up those vegetables and fruits, oftentimes they'll drive down the residential roads, and so we're getting into land use issues, and they don't have a place to park, and so they'll park in the neighborhoods, and they will idle, and those are impacting the residents. So we, for a few years now, we've been enforcing the truck and bus rule for ARB and the idling rule, so we're there constantly in there. So as a local air district, even though you've been mandated to enforce, regulate stationary sources, you really have to get involved with the mobile sources, because I think it's key to all of us. There's a lot of emissions there, there's a lot of reductions there, and you really have to work hard on that.
Great, thank you, John. So obviously there's been a tremendous amount of work that has gone into the community steering committees, developing the emission reduction programs and the monitoring plans. And now as we move into the next year, it really becomes all about implementation. So I'm hoping our next three panelists can talk a little bit about what do you see needs to happen as we go into this next year, and especially, where are there some critical challenges on being able to successfully deliver on these programs?
Sure. I think that the next phase is actually the really fun phase. We, in our communities, our Shafter community, went, I think, fantastically. In Fresno, we had a little bit of a challenge early on, and so we didn't actually start talking about air quality issues until a couple months into the process. And that's challenging when you're working on these issues, but you're talking about logistics kind of early on, and people get a little bit disheartened by that. So we now get to do, I think, the incredibly fun part of not only talking about what we're going to do, but beginning to do it. We have some very lofty goals. We have about 50 strategies in each community, and they're dependent on a variety of different things. Some we're already doing. Some we're opening some of our books and looking at some of our rules and regulations. We're enhancing some of our grant programs to change them a little bit for these communities. One of the keys that I think we will need to continue to do is have the right people in the room. And you were fortunate in that you got to hear from both Nayamin, who just walked in, and Gustavo yesterday, who've been in the room this entire time with us. And we need to continue to lead on them. John mentioned land use issues. We have to continue to have the appropriate land use agencies in the room, be it cities or counties, to make sure that the parts of the SERPs that are trying to move the ball with regard to land use, that we're involving those partners that actually make those land use decisions and pushing them in a really productive way. We need to make sure that I think people don't get meeting fatigue, and that we continue to enjoy our community and our committees. There for a while, we were having meetings almost every single week, really listening to the community, and lots of us are paid to be at these community steering committee meetings, but there's a lot of residents who are not. So we need to keep up with the logistics of evening meetings, childcare, good food, good translation, making sure that the meetings are communicated in a way where you can actually see progress being made, and really really celebrate that progress as you're making it. And as a team, everyone put in a lot of work, and when we get some of these things off the ground, be it a new electric school bus or a new program that might put solar panels on a home or air filtration systems in a school, that we really get the word out, and especially the residents can say, wow, I did that. That was me and you know, my hard work that resulted in that success. And the last thing is going to be continued resources. I think we all have a little bit of a fear that this is just year one of something that is going to need to be a continued effort put forward by everyone involved. That includes the Air District, that includes you all as our community partners, that includes CARB continuing to drive and fly all around the state on a daily basis, and that includes the legislature continuing to prioritize this. I think one of the biggest fears that we have right now is we've had what I consider to be a fairly successful first year. Wasn't without hiccups by any means. It's not a mission accomplished or anything like that, but I think we've learned a lot, and that to me is success. But we need to keep the pressure on, because this little baby just got born. We need to make sure that this little baby gets raised, that it's out in the community, that it's breathing clean air, and that's going to take work by all of us to make sure that in these next steps there are the people in the right places, and Naomi can tell you having the right people in the room is key. We made some mistakes with that early on and learned through the process. Having the right people in the room, making sure they understand what's going on, and then having the resources continue to come to these communities, I think, as we move forward, are the next things that we'll be looking for. I just have to say, I think it was Wayne said, I personally have enjoyed kind of coming down to ground level and learning about these communities and meeting with these people, and I think that will be one of the biggest joys that you get out of this process if you undertake it as a community.
Thank you. I think I'm going to echo many of the things that have been already said, but let me give you the perspective from our region. First of all, I definitely want to echo what Jamie just said in terms of the funding, because that is going to be critically important, because the way I think about AB 617 is it's like ringing a bell. Once you do it, you cannot walk it back. And that's really what happened when we all together with the state, with our friends at ARB and the legislature, when AB 617 first hit, right? I mean, we put a big bright spotlight on it. We said it was really important. We were turning a page. This is going to be a paradigm shift in terms of the future of air quality. So the word is getting out. The communities are listening. They're paying attention. They're having expectations. And for us, the worst thing that can happen is, we are looking at the success from the first year. We're thankful that we have the support and the funding for year 2. And then if that doesn't continue, everything goes away. So that's probably the worst thing that can happen. So funding is going to be critical, and I think it involves all of us working together, working in the Capitol to make sure that the current administration takes ownership of the program. Because, again, one of the things that is a fact is AB 617 is a product of the previous administration. So we need to be very active, proactively in the Capitol, making sure that this administration understands some of the things that we have been talking over the last two days here. So that's definitely, I think, the most obvious, but I think we need to make sure that is clear. I think for year 2, the success or the challenge for us is going to be really if we begin to make inroads, true inroads, in being effective working at the community level. I often tell my team that, as Wayne said, I mean, all of us are very heavily based on science and technology, and many of us have been doing this for many years. But the biggest challenge, I tell my staff, is what I call the human dimension. The social dimension, the fact that we are being challenged to be in the community doing what we do, but in a very different way. And what we hear in our region is the community from day one told us, we don't want outreach. We want meaningful engagement and inclusion. That's a very different way of thinking for us regulators in the air quality field. So I can tell you, I will admit, it's been a hard road ahead. We are trying to do many of the things that my colleagues here talked about in terms of being in the community at the time that is convenient for the community. We are an air monitoring only community, so next year the community is going to begin to see the fruits of our efforts in terms of we are on the ground with our initial deployment of sensors. Next year we're going to deploy more sophisticated equipment, more information. But really the challenge is going to be then what, right? We're going to have the information. We are an air monitoring only community, but even though we're not designated formally as a CERP community emission reduction plan, the community doesn't care. Obviously, they told us, don't just come in and monitor if that's all you're going to do. You need to come in and monitor, let us help you understand our issues, and then let's talk about doing something about it. So I think that's a really helpful perspective that we all need to take, because the community is expecting action. So I think the next year, the big challenge is going to be, can we really show with actions, with actual deliverables, that AB 617 is really making meaningful, inclusive changes that are bettering the condition of the community that we selected and beyond. Because that was the ring in the bell effect, right? The fact that in our case, we identified 10 different communities within our own air district. And for good reason, the state selected one of them. But we have 9 others that are saying, okay, so now what? So I think the challenge is going to be the continuity of the program, obviously based on funding, but also really showing results and actions, and really the fruits of our collective labor beginning to change the condition at the local level.
Great. Matt.
Yeah, thank you. Matt Desert with Imperial County. So the legislation that was passed and what we're all working with today truly has a real spirit behind it, and we have to embrace that spirit in future years as we move on. And it's not just a job for us that are fortunate enough to be paid that are working on it. It's also a lifestyle, and that's represented by here we are on a Saturday morning in beautiful Imperial Valley College, and thank you, Martha, for hosting the beautiful facility. So the spirit and the energy and the lifestyle. In Imperial County, we were somewhat ahead on the monitoring, with quite a bit ahead with the IVAN network and the PM10, PM2.5. So that's assisted us to move forward there. We're going to be expanding that and getting the monitoring out. We have accomplished 2 early emission reduction projects. One like a public benefit, we paved a parking lot at a school that didn't have a paved parking lot. We also took a look at our ag burn policy and enhanced our ag burn policy so it's smarter and crisper and has reduced emissions there within. We're a small air district, or a medium-sized air district. Staffing, Wayne talked about staff and time constraints and how do we perform our normal jobs along with taking on this new 617. So you have to have the staff there. They've got to have the spirit and the lifestyle and the look at it. And I want to recognize a couple staff members here. We have Belinda Leone and Thomas Brinkerhoff, who's been anchoring this for us at the local Air Pollution Control District. And we have Emmanuel Sanchez here with us today, our enforcement officer, and he's been working great with CARB and the assistance the state has given us on the enforcement aspects of the emission reduction plans. So we take that all into consideration, and that's our next steps. I'd like to go back now to lessons learned and advice. We're fortunate down in Imperial County that we really had one strong, dominant environmental justice group. So we elected to be co-chairs, fully knowing that the steering committee is an advisory committee to our local board of supervisors or an air pollution control board. So we have to be smart about what we present and what we truly can accomplish to move the ball forward. Another thing we brought in was an independent facilitator, and I'd like to recognize them. That's Harder and Company, and that's specifically Amy Ramos and Daniela Flores. Not only do they help at the steering committee meetings, but they also help at the continuous meetings behind the scenes, setting up agendas, helping to dispel myths or prove facts, helping to keep us in line to make sure our agenda and our strategies can keep us together and focused, and then keep the steering committee together to move that ball forward. Keeping in mind that there are hard questions out there that we don't have the answers to. Even harder questions in the larger suburban communities, larger areas, Bay Area, South Coast. We're more of an rural community. You know, we have unique things, unique challenges here. But how do we do that? Another thing I believe that we should have included and need to work on in Imperial County is including the local municipalities into the steering committee. We've invited them, we've engaged them, there's been some participation there, but how do we better anchor their participation? And not only the municipalities, but the utilities here in Imperial County, that's the Imperial Irrigation District. So we've got the Board of Supervisors, the county, the ID elected board, and then the other city councils. And they don't fully follow air pollution issues and things, but 617's on everybody's radar now in the state. And that's the big talk. And the other big talk is, of course, is cannabis and hemp. But this momentum that we have is real with Karen. Karen, you know the momentum there. Veronica Edie, you know it. Assemblyman Garcia sees it. This time and this energy is now. The door's open. We need to walk through it and not be afraid of it. And fully knowing that oftentimes the good works that the air pollution control districts, air quality management districts, the California Air Resources Board has done, perhaps the message hasn't been delivered in a way that's resonated with the communities. So we will look at the communities better. We are enjoying the work, and as Bay Area and South Coast said today, it is rewarding. It is rewarding.
Great. Well, thank you. And I had a few more questions, but we all spend a lot of time with each other. So what I'd like to do actually is now open it up to all of you to ask questions of the panel that you may have.
All right, let's start over here, and then we'll come on this side, and then we'll go down to the front. So maybe we'll have time for 3. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. This question probably relates to all of the air districts, but it's directed to my air pollution control district officer. You know, given that in this region, Imperial County, agribusiness has been and is the most powerful political force to its billion-dollar-plus economy, and is seen by some as really a positive thing for a region. On the flip side, a lot of people see that sector as a major contributor to some of the negative impacts that we've suffered over the last 100 years that even the county board now has declared a disaster and is recognizing how bad our air and water is in the region. We as a community have been sounding this alarm for a long time, and with this declaration they really don't identify the culprits as we have. So my question is, how or what plans do you have to get the buy-in and to get the support from the agribusiness sector that this is the law and this is something that they have to be at the table at also, and not come to our meetings as a community and then disrupt us and run Cali PA and USCPA out of town, as have in my lifetime, because we as a community want action, and we know where the reality is that the big agribusiness, you know, is going to push back. So how do you as a APCDO plan to bridge that?
Good question for Imperial County and any other area that has agriculture, such as San Joaquin. First of all, we've got to learn to have the dialogue and take this hard environmental justice conversation on the chin and stay at the table. You know, maybe it's not good to use language like culprits if we're talking with our border partners in Mexico or with our partners in agriculture. The emergency declaration Mr. Hernandez talks about was filed recently regarding the Salton Sea and the lack of improvements there by the agencies in charge of the Salton Sea, which would be the state, the IID, and Imperial County. What I've seen, who is not here this year and needs to be next year, is the Department of Pesticide Regulations. I think there is a staffer here, an environmental justice staffer here. Yeah. But we don't see the local ag commissioner's office. So there's been questions about pesticides, and here again, the good works that have been taking place need to be shared in a positive manner and then analyzed as to how things could be changed or done better. These meetings and these neighborhood conversations are dynamic and do open the door to new ways of thinking and new ways of presenting information. Johnny, we're historically an agricultural-dominated community. We have their attention. We have worked on the ag burn policy. I'm not saying that's enough. We're looking at other wind event thresholds. We are having some impacts from tractor work in and around the cities we're looking at. We're looking at pesticide applications in and around those same cities. But those works have been going on for years. But the story isn't out there. We have a beef slaughtering facility in Brawley that is of concern and everyone's watching. I don't feel that powerful ag agency industry has that predominant dominance now throughout the state, if they ever did, and they probably did. The environmental justice movement that took so long to arrive and had to work so hard to arrive is now embedded in every state agency that I know of. So that message is coming. We are writing penalties and fines against violators in Imperial County. Those records are available, and those records will show Johnny in the last few years that the management at the Air District has increased those, and the management at the Air District is doing better local projects with the monies they have into the community. Projects that the environmental justice groups locally had called out wisely over the last few years. What are you doing with your monies? Now, we're bringing those projects forward to the steering committee, and we're working at ways of leveraging those monies with the state, particularly in Imperial County through indoor air filtration projects at schools. And we learned that from Cal EPA being down here. We learned that from watching our neighbors in South Coast do that. We've learned from our neighbors at South Coast, great training, Wayne, about environmental justice and outreach, how to do this. I had no idea until your staff made a great presentation. But with that being said, without a doubt, there's this diversity in Imperial County or in other ag-dominated areas. That boils down to elections at the Board of Supervisors, or more specifically to elections at the Imperial Irrigation District. I think I've rambled on here, and I don't think I've given you an exact answer. What I'm trying to say is that the conversation and dialogue is stronger than ever today. We need to keep it at the steering committees. We need to keep broadening the participation at the steering committees from the local cities that have elected officials, and especially the local utility, the Imperial Irrigation District.
Thank you. I'm going to remind our panelists we want to get some questions in here, so thinking about question askers, concise and to the point, and answers as much as we can, but thank you. I know it's a complicated issue. All right, we're going to go here.
My name is David Nicklin. I lived here for 16 years and currently based in Los Angeles. There's an important element of air pollution here that I never hear mentioned. That's off-road vehicle activity. It seems to me indefensible. I don't understand how this is allowed on public land. Unlike the agricultural business, there's no upside, apart from perhaps sales of beer and gasoline. which has to be weighed against the cost of policing it and airlifting the injured out of here. Thank you.
Any comments from panelists on off-road vehicle issues? Thank you for raising the issue. Okay, so I think we have time for...
Off-roading, without a doubt. In Imperial County, where we're predominant PM10 problems, we have to be watching what's going on in the Salton Sea, watching what's going on in agriculture, and watching what's going on, particularly in the western desert area with the off-roaders. That is of concern. I can tell you the steering committee in Imperial County is looking at that to the western area of the steering committee's corridor of Heber, El Centro, and Calexico, but also that off-roading area on Anza Borrego on the western edge of the Salton Sea not only impacts Imperial County, but it also impacts Riverside County, and that's the South Coast Air District.
One more question?
Great, so we have some other questions. Some folks who have their hands up have asked questions in other sessions, so we are going to give folks a chance who haven't asked a question yet, and then we'll come back if we have time. So up in the corner over here, if we could.
This is a question in general for not so much our community, but the communities in the north next to forest. Is there a conversation being had about the incompetence of the power companies to have the infrastructure to prevent forest fires? Because I study in the Bay Area and I live in LA as well. And my family had to be evacuated, but it's been time and time again that PG&E and PGG both have been at fault for forest fires. So, whichever county, I don't mind. Has anybody had that conversation of how we're gonna keep those companies liable and they're not just gonna be another bankruptcy in history and everyone's gonna be, not compensated?
I tell you what, I'll start. It's a great point that you're making, and as I had to evacuate my home last week myself, so I totally understand your point of view, and I also have a lot of anger with regard to our utility up in the Bay Area, namely PG&E. The point you're raising, though, is part of a statewide conversation about how to hold them accountable for not only all the costs associated with the PSPS, the Power Safety Shutoff,
Public Safety Power
Shutoff program, but also moving forward because it's become clear that likely the Kincaid fire, which is up near Healdsburg, was largely as a result of power lines starting that fire. So it's an ongoing conversation. I don't know if we have an answer for you, though, but I feel your anger, believe me. I totally agree with it.
So we're going to go. So we have, I think, time for maybe one or two more questions here. Let's see. So I'm going to go here, and then let's go down to this person in the orange. What color is that? Right here, this woman. Okay.
This question is for Imperial County, and I live here. I'm a resident, and I've been here probably about 20 years. And I may be showing my naivete, but it's in terms of the ag business question. We have potential extreme cash crop coming in, and that's hemp. And it seems to me that a lot of the interventions in terms of air quality have involved a strategy called the carrot and the stick. And so the carrot is money to formulate electric vehicles, to have filters, to retrofit so there's less pollution, and to subsidize that, which I think is a good strategy. At the same time, it seems like one of the things we could do, since there's a lot of, I guess, conditions being put on the hemp growers, and that's going to be a very profitable crop, and there might be a lot of acreage in Imperial County devoted to that. We could actually talk about practices to reduce the PM 2.5 and the PM 10s from the dust, from tilling, from burning. So that's just an idea, and I'm wondering if that's been explored.
Right, so the new crop hemp is optimistic win in Imperial County and other places. That's more of a Board of Supervisors messaging there. They've been doing everything they can to get the hemp industry going and working in conjunction with the Imperial Irrigation District, who has had some concerns about serving their federal or California water. to hemp growers. But they've crafted a way to do that through research until the laws are black and white. I think you're right. If it's a windfall, we need to take a look at that. I don't know if it's fair to tax it additionally than they're already talking about. There are additional revenues to be generated that have been perhaps too large at first, and they've backed off on some of those in other communities. What you're talking about on tractor work is best management practice. Yes, we could talk about doing that, doing multiple tractor activities, cultural activities with one pass rather than multiple passes to accomplish, which saves diesel and also emissions from the dust. So there's a smart way to do it. As far as ag burning, we're not looking at hemp to be a crop of significant residue burning. It could happen. We'll manage it at that time. I don't know if we can outlaw it at this time with the way the current laws are in California. More though, the concern is from the Air District is how are we going to dispose of hemp or cannabis that doesn't meet some type of quality or standard or is labeled as illegal, then that has to be burned. So there are concerns there. The other concerns from the hemp or cannabis industry is odor or nuisances, and I believe they're mitigating those with the charcoal filters at the greenhouses. But point well taken, and hemp is, like I said earlier, hemp and 617, those are the buzzwords in California.
Thank you. So we'll go one more question, then Karen, if you could wrap us up. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gina Chapa, and everything that you guys are proposing is basically the underdevelopment of California, the underdevelopment. I know this because I studied this at Berkeley because I needed to understand how is it that I had everything and now I have nothing. And it's because you guys are following the same slash and burn development. The fires, yes, they are in cahoots because my son goes to Humboldt. And so I was caught up in the flyers. And I saw the beautiful synchronized dancing between public safety, between the firemen, and also between the transportation, because they said that there's fires, but there wasn't. And you just have everybody in panic. And I'm just telling you right now, you guys know, right now, sir, you said we have to burn. We have to burn the illegal cannabis. You know where everybody's burning all this illegal activity? In the eastern Coachella Valley right now. You guys are burning it on tribal land and blaming it on the sovereignty of the tribes. We already know all this research about hemp and cannabis. Humboldt already beat you to it. They know everything. Ask them. Okay? Done. Don't be playing games with us. You guys know that California is the last natural sovereignty beauty. We could coexist. We don't need your coal electricity no more. We don't need, my question is, you guys know what you guys are doing, and stop it. Stop exploiting, stop underdeveloping. A slash and burn doesn't work. Gentrification, stop that. We gotta coexist. Stop trying to gentrify us. And lastly is you guys don't represent us, because I don't see, okay, you sort of look like me, but in you too, but where, no. How is it that you guys are making decisions for me, for my children that are now dying of cancer? Little kids, we never had cancer in our community. Now we have a lot of cancer. Oh, and then now the Desert Healthcare District, who loves to manage cancer, is ready, and they're controlling our voting districts. Hold up, this is a beautiful puzzle. So that's, anyways, my question is, please stop polluting our communities, especially where it's vulnerable, where it's unincorporated, and there's a lot of undocumented individuals. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Excuse me, pardon. There are a lot of passionate issues, so I just want to acknowledge that that's very real, and I know that there are lots of solutions. And just to echo the piece about what I heard there was really a lot of a request to really find alternative ways on what's been going on right now. Okay, so we have to shift to the binational panel, and so please give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you. So if we could, we're going to get our folks up here. I did mention this. Hopefully everyone has their headsets. And if you didn't grab one and are English only,
Thank you.
then get one, please. Okay. Yeah. Go for it. You want to introduce folks?
Okay.
Thank you.
You said I'm introducing. That's Gloria, right?
Yes, Gloria.
Oh, okay. Okay. So again, if we can have our panelists come to the front. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm looking for Gloria. Is Gloria here? Oh, ya viene. All right, if any of you are looking to have conversations in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and get started. Feel free to step outside to go get coffee and then join us when you're ready. So first of all, I want to thank the Air Quality District representatives for being with us this morning. And I think one of the things that I would like to echo from the questions that I heard is that it is critical in our conversations to have the community be front and center. Do you agree? Yes. It's about the community. It's about representing the disadvantaged communities that need to be in leadership positions, that need to be at the forefront, and that need to guide this process. So with that in mind, I've been looking forward to this next panel for a long time, because I think the next panel that we have coming up is a panel that brings to life the uniqueness of this particular community of Imperial County, and reminds us that Imperial County has a very specific, special geography in the world. This is a binational community, and just as a reminder, we do share a border with Mexico. And just in case you didn't know, our air and water did not get the memo that we have a border, right? What we're going to hear today is what is happening in this border region. What does it mean for collaboration? What does it mean for addressing the resources of this area, the challenges that these communities face? And I am thrilled to introduce Ms. Gloria Guadalupe Romo, who we could talk about her all morning with all the accomplishments that she brings to this conversation. But I think it's important to acknowledge that she, as a leader in our community, and as the current president for the Heffernan Memorial Healthcare District, and her commitment for justice and human rights and the protection of immigrants is very appropriate. So we welcome her expertise, She's going to guide us through the panel discussion, and let's give them a big applause to welcome our experts and panelists that are coming from both sides of the border.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Wow. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Thank you also for your interest in improving the environmental. But this panel is for Mexican people, es nuestros hermanos de Baja California. Estoy muy orgullosa en presentar a este gran panel tan importante que van a conocer ustedes en este momento. Cada uno de ellos trae propuestas y algunas observaciones que tienen en la comunidad. Como somos frontera, vamos a ver qué es lo que están haciendo de aquel lado de la frontera, qué estamos haciendo de este lado y, por supuesto, cuál es el mensaje que vamos a tener. Thank you for being here, Ms. Grijalva and Mr. Valdez, also Director of Heffernan Memorial Healthcare District. Thank you, Mr. Valdez and Mr. Grijalva. Okay, Heffernan works for health prevention. Heffernan trabaja para prevenir la salud. Es un orgullo tener un contacto directo para trabajar juntos con Comité Cívico del Valle. Tenemos programas que prevén precisamente la salud en el área de asma, también en el área educativa, con los niños en las escuelas, un programa exitosísimo que tiene Comité Cívico del Valle, que es sobre las banderas. Todos los días en las escuelas se pone la banderita, si está roja, si está verde, si está amarilla, y el niño está siendo educado. El niño sabe si sale a jugar o se queda en el salón. Es importante, lo he vivido como sustituta de maestra, que también soy a veces, en las escuelas públicas aquí de Caléxico, y me doy cuenta con orgullo que los niños aprecian bastante esto. Muy bien, la presentación de este importante panel, yo creo que está visto. Ahorita van a poner. ¿Tienes la presentación de todos los panelistas? Okay. All panels.
I have all of them.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, the first panelist is Dr. Oscar Zazueta. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Do you guys want me to go in Spanish, English, or you don't mind? French? I don't speak French. I can try it, but I don't think I'll be very successful. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation, Gloria. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here with you. My name is Oscar Zazueta. I'm a physician and an epidemiologist. Before working in the government, I used to do research. I was working in the academia. I was teaching. I was doing research. And now I'm in a very different role. As you all know, air pollution is a very complex public health problem. Every single politician in Baja California knows this. Actually, we have, I'm sorry. Actually, we have a law for this. This is the Norma Oficial Mexicana 025. I'm pretty sure also that non-politician has ever read that. But anyway, we also know that it's associated to several human health problems, as you all know, COPD, asthma, cancer, you name it. However, few cities in Mexico guarantee a proper measurement of particles, and the cities that we have in Baja California are not an exception. Just our city, our capital city, Mexicali, has only four 4 monitors, and they fluctuate. Sometimes they don't work, sometimes they do. So right now we have to establish a network that actually works. So when I told you that I was doing research before coming into health policy, and I wanted to translate the results of the research that I was doing into actual public policy. That's why I decided to do a Master's of Public Health. However, none of my professors told me how it was going to be to deal with politicians, particularly Mexican politicians. So when I told him, this is the health problem that we have, they didn't understand. So I decided to we run some models, some statistical models, a few of them quite complex, and in order to present them more robust data, right? Something that they could identify. So I told them, you know what? Here in our city, in Mexicali, we have some estimates that air pollution itself just causes 300 premature deaths. 537 hospital admissions, and 25,000 medical visits. This per year, yeah, every year. So they're not physicians either, so they were like, is that a lot? I'm like, yeah, that's a lot. But anyway, so I decided to present this in a way that they could understand it. So I decided to speak to them in their language, which is money, right? So I told them, every year, our state invests more than 25 million pesos in health expenditure, and more than 200 million pesos in productivity loss. That is something that they could understand. So that's one of the initial lessons that we learned. We need to start monetizing health benefits and health effects in order for politicians to take care of this, right? So after we did this, we found some strategic partners. I work for the Department of Health of Baja California. Some of our strategic partners are here. Observe-Se, it's one of them. They're going to present themselves later, but it's a wonderful partner. So we decided to create 6 working groups in order to tackle this issue, particularly air pollution. So the first working group, it's air quality monitoring. As you will see, some of the issues that we have are very different from what you're experiencing here in the US. Particularly here, air quality monitoring, we don't have a robust network to monitor air quality in Baja California. So that is something that we have to work in. Then we have an environmental health laboratory in UABC. I think Dr. Javier is going to talk about it later. The regulation of car emissions, paving and storm drain, emission control in industry, and public health surveillance. I'm going to go very quickly explaining the main goal of each one of these working groups. So the first one, air quality monitoring. As I told you, in Mexicali we have 4 monitors, well, 6 monitors, depending. Sometimes monitor works, sometimes they don't. But in some cities, for instance, like Rosarito and Ensenada, we only have 1 monitor in the whole city. So that is not something that is working for us, right? So the first working group, it's right now it's working to establish an efficient monitoring network in our state, right? So right now we're doing a diagnosis of what we have and what we need and how much it would cost. Obviously, the idea of this is not just generating data. We have to transfer those data into knowledge that can guide public policy, as I told you before. The second working group that we have, it's the Environmental Health Laboratory. We want to evaluate the population effects of air pollution. Most of the papers that we have, or the research that we rely on, comes from the US, comes from China. However, we also have air pollution. We also have health effects, and we have a way to measuring, right? So we want to produce more data locally in order to have more specific public policy approaches, right, oriented. So we have an environmental health laboratory at the Autonomous University of Baja California. Right now, what we're trying to work on is to equip and strengthen the infrastructure of this laboratory and to generate specialized human resources. So right now we have graduate degrees in this. Again, Dr. Javalera is going to tackle on this. The third working group, it's the regulation of car emissions. You probably don't know this, but 10 years ago, we didn't even have a regulation of car emissions. Right now, every single car has to go through an approval, right? And they have to certify it. However, this measure was not designed to improve air quality, right? It was decided to generate revenue for the government. So when you I'm sorry if I'm being too direct, but it's the truth, right? Everybody from Baja California knows this. So even if you pay 300 pesos, you can pass the inspection. So that doesn't work for us. So we need to review regulations in terms of vehicle verification and follow up on non-registered vehicles. We also have many vehicles who are not registered in Baja California, who has license plates from Utah or from somewhere else, who clearly are illegal cars that we have there, and the regulations are pretty poor, right? With poor car emissions. We also need to optimize the processes of car emissions evaluation, right? As I mentioned. This is something very interesting that we actually measure. Car emissions, it's a big issue. Also, industry emissions, it's a big issue in Baja California. However, the vast majority of particulate matter that we have in the state comes from a lack of paving in the city, which is something that I don't think that you have here in Imperial, at least. So that is something that we have to work on. First, we need to, as a city and as a state, we need to work on storm drain, and then we need to start paving. So that's what we're doing right now. Observe-SA is helping us a lot to diagnose the current state of paving and then a storm drain, because again, just the fact that we don't have the right paving, it's creating a lot of increasing concentrations of PM2.5 and PM10, right? The fifth working group that we have is the emission control in industry. We actually already map all the industries that we have in the state, in Mexicali, in Tijuana. We know which ones are polluting more than others. We're trying to tackle this issue, but very carefully, because as you know, this is a very important engine of the economy in our state. Also, there's a lot of industry that is not regulated. A big example, you may laugh, but a big example, it's taco stands. Taco stands have no regulations in the emissions that they produce, and you can find one in each corner of our cities, right? So when I present this to local Congress, like, come on, doctor, you cannot go after tacos. That's but it's a reality that we need to face. So we need to reform public policy to strengthen control of emissions by the industry. Finally, public health surveillance. This is what I do every day. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm the state epidemiologist of Baja California. My everyday work is to monitor the state of health. I have more than 30 special surveillance systems. So I do know what happens when I correlate every single day the amounts of particulate matter that we have in the state, and I correlate it with the number of consultations, hospital admissions, and everything. And there is a positive correlation, right? The days that we have more pollution is the days that we see more people in our clinics do asthma, do COPD, and but that's what we want to do, right? We want to build more capacity on analysis of epidemiological and environmental area. Right now, there's just a few of us who are doing this, but I think an epidemiologist spoke to you yesterday, right? Is that the case? So that's one of the things that we are doing in Baja California. However, we need to create more human resources on this, right? Yeah, so this is what we were doing on the other side of the border, at least from the health side. Of course, there are a lot of strategic partners. Some of them are here at the bottom of the slides. Observe-SA is one of them, the Autonomous University of Baja California, obviously the city of Mexicali, the state, I guess, are equivalent to the Environmental Protection Agency, the SPA. So one of the reasons why I'm here is to reach out for perhaps some sort of collaboration with between the state of California and the counties of Imperial and San Diego to work with us in every single thing we can do to reduce air pollution, research, public policy reforms, education, you name it, right? Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm gonna.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zazueta. Thank you so much. Un placer, ingeniero Fabio de la Cruz, que esté con nosotros. Instituto Tecnológico de Mexicali. Bueno.
Buenos días. Fabio Carlos de la Cruz Díaz, del Instituto Tecnológico de Mexicali. Me puse de pie y con esto porque tengo poco tiempo y hablo mucho para controlar el tiempo. Esto no es moda para el Instituto Tecnológico de Mexicali ni para su servidor. Tenemos 20 años trabajando en Mexicali en esta cuestión de la contaminación a la atmósfera y venimos aquí porque tuvimos una invitación de una persona que hace 20 años los conocimos cuando yo trabajaba en la Procuraduría Federal de Protección al Ambiente en la Profepa. Éramos los policías que sancionábamos a las empresas. Y ahorita les voy a comentar algo respecto a las empresas, a las industrias, respecto a la cuestión de la contaminación. Aquí el joven Luis Olmedo, nos encontramos nuevamente y me doy cuenta de que seguimos el mismo camino respecto a la cuestión de la preocupación por la cuestión del ambiente y mejorar las condiciones que tenemos. En el Instituto Tecnológico de Mexicali no somos autoridad ahorita, no somos autoridad, pero algo podemos hacer y a mí me da mucho gusto ver aquí personas que no son trabajadoras del gobierno y que están aquí, que están preocupadas por el mejoramiento de la calidad de la atmósfera y de la vida y de eliminar los factores que generan enfermedades como la cuestión del cáncer, la tuberculosis y otras cosas más. Tenemos una campaña permanente desde 1998 en donde van nuestros alumnos, sobre todo de la carrera de Ingeniería Química, a visitar precisamente las taquerías, las escuelas de nivel elemental, como son la primaria, la secundaria, y dan pláticas sobre qué es la contaminación a la atmósfera, cuáles son los factores que afectan a la salud, de qué manera, qué es lo que se puede hacer para disminuir los riesgos que tenemos. Hemos tenido la oportunidad de que nos han abierto la puerta radiodifusoras, la televisión, el periódico. Hemos hecho foros sobre la cuestión de la contaminación, en donde han ido autoridades de aquí de Imperial al Tecnológico de Mexicali. Pertenecemos a un grupo que se llama Pronúcleo, que está en Mexicali, en donde se reúne la autoridad municipal, estatal, federal, y nos invitan a las instituciones de educación superior, en donde, pues no se los quiero presumir, pero los que van todo el tiempo somos nosotros del Tecnológico de Mexicali. Y hemos logrado que se modifique el reglamento de protección al ambiente del municipio. Anteriormente se sancionaba a las personas que quemaban fuera de sus terrenos, en la calle. Ahora ya no. Ahora, si están quemando dentro de su casa, van a ser sancionados. Y ya empezaron. Y están siendo sancionados. Son medidas para poder disminuir, sobre todo, la cuestión crítica para nosotros, que es el 24 de diciembre y el 31 de diciembre, que todos ya conocemos. Recientemente acabamos de tener un foro estatal con la Secretaría de Salud para ver todo lo que explicó aquí el doctor, para no repetirlo, en donde ella hablamos sobre la cuestión de la corresponsabilidad que tenemos nosotros como ciudadanos. Y el Tecnológico de Mexicali, ahorita ya tenemos 2 años y medio en donde estamos tratando de erradicar completamente que se fume dentro de las instalaciones del Tecnológico de Mexicali. Nos falta poquito, vamos como el 85%, pero ahí vamos, ¿no? No como quisiéramos. Tenemos ahorita la oportunidad en un canal de radio, es Radio 1190 AM. Nos dieron una oportunidad de 5 sesiones. No hablo yo, quien habla son mis alumnos, para externar la preocupación que tienen por el ambiente que tenemos. Y me da mucho gusto, por ejemplo, que lo que hacemos al paso del tiempo rinde sus frutos, ¿no? Aquí tengo una alumna de nosotros, ¿verdad?, que hizo su campaña sobre la cuestión de levantar un inventario de las taquerías, y ese inventario de las taquerías se lo dimos a la Dirección de Protección al Ambiente del municipio para que ellos hicieran sus inspecciones, porque las taquerías trabajan a partir de las 5 o 6 de la tarde y las autoridades terminan de trabajar a las 3 de la tarde. Entonces no pueden hacer inspecciones porque terminan a las 3 de la tarde. Pero como ya tienen la reducción del inventario, entonces fotografías, se les da fotografías a las taquerías, se les entrega a la Secretaría de Protección al Ambiente, y entonces la Secretaría en sus horas hábiles va con ellos y dice: aquí está la evidencia de que estás quemando y mira lo que tienes. Pero lo que ha hecho acertadamente el municipio es no una medida coercitiva contra ellas, sino los citan, los orientan y les dicen qué es lo que tienen que hacer. La cuestión de la conducción, el control, la campana, los filtros, etcétera, etcétera. Y les dan un plazo para que lo hagan. A término de ese plazo van a visitarlos, y si no tienen todo lo que dijeron, pues entonces sí los multan. ¿Sí? Recientemente, aquí el Comité Cívico del Valle, por medio aquí de nuestro amigo Luis Olmedo, nos hicieron el favor, pedíamos nosotros, tenemos 3 años pidiendo que el gobierno del estado ponga una estación de monitoreo en el tecnológico de Mexicali, y pues parece que ya va avanzando esto, ¿no? Pero donde rápidamente nos respondieron fue con el compañero Luis Olmedo, y ya tenemos ahí el monitor. ¿Por qué el tecnológico de Mexicali? ¿Por qué el tecnológico de Mexicali? ¿Por qué pedimos eso nosotros? Pues lo pedimos porque es una... desde que estaba yo en la Profepa, encontramos que había unas zonas de alto riesgo, así le llamamos, donde hay altas concentraciones de partículas, y donde la gente, nuestra población, quema mucho. Y una de esas zonas es precisamente al sureste del tecnológico. Y sucede que los vientos predominantes, sobre todo en el invierno, son de noroeste a sureste. Entonces, para nosotros es muy importante ver qué es lo que está sucediendo en Estados Unidos, en Caléxico, en Imperial, y conforme va avanzando el viento, qué es lo que está ocurriendo, para entonces nosotros implementar medidas preventivas y correctivas. Y porque ya lo tenemos el equipo, y hemos visto que hay interés, sobre todo de nuestros alumnos, cada vez crece más el interés de los alumnos, y veo aquí gente joven, lo cual me da mucho gusto y los felicito por venir este sábado, que es de descanso, ¿verdad? De relax. Próximamente, por medio aquí de nuestro amigo Luis Olmedo, ustedes van a saber el resultado de lo que estamos haciendo. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? Lo que vamos a hacer es ver a las autoridades que están al sureste del tecnológico, les vamos a mostrar cómo pueden acceder a los resultados del monitoreo. Les vamos a decir ya más directamente lo que tiene que hacer para bajar la cuestión de la contaminación. Hablamos ahorita de la tierra, por ejemplo, habló ahorita el doctor sobre la tierra. La tierra de Mexicali, efectivamente, tenemos 65% de tierras con pavimento, 35% que no tienen pavimento. Nuestro suelo es arcilloso. ¿Qué significa esto? Que si pasa un carro, se levanta una nube, y si no hay viento, ahí se queda. Y si pasa otro carro, aumenta. Y si pasa otro, aumenta y aumenta. ¿Cómo lo eliminamos? Muy fácil. Lo que hay que hacer es en la mañana y en la tarde regar el frente de su casa. Algunas personas ya lo están haciendo. No vamos avanzando como quisiéramos, ¿verdad? Pero vamos avanzando. Y hay un principio que dice, donde está el problema, ahí está la solución. ¿Sí? Donde está el problema, ahí está la solución. Y afortunadamente está creciendo mucho el interés por la cuestión de la contaminación a la atmósfera, cómo detenerla, cómo disminuirla. Las industrias, cuando se dieron cuenta, les demostramos, cuando estábamos en la Profepa, les demostramos que si mejoraban su sistema de la utilización del combustible, disminuía su gasto del combustible. Y al bajar el gasto del combustible, ¿sí? A ellos, que es lo que les interesaba, la cuestión del dinero, ¿verdad? ¿Qué creen? Automáticamente estaban dentro de los parámetros que están establecidos en las normas oficiales mexicanas de México. Por eso no estoy de acuerdo cuando dicen, las empresas son las que mayor contaminan. No. Sí contaminan, pero significan aproximadamente entre el 5 y el 8% en Mexicali. ¿Por qué razón? Porque se han hecho los monitoreos en las empresas altamente contaminantes y se han encontrado que cumplen. Y cumplen sobre todo porque ya se dio cuenta la empresa que al mejorar su sistema de combustión, gastan menos dinero en la combustión y entonces bajan su grado de contaminación, ¿no? Pero todavía nos falta. La mayor cantidad de contaminantes la tenemos nosotros. ¿Cómo se dice por ahí, no? Con todo el respeto, ¿verdad? ¿Sí? En Mexicali somos piromaníacos. No nos gusta el fuego, nos encanta, ¿sí? Nos encanta, ¿verdad? Porque los que han ido a Mexicali o a Tijuana o a Sonora, no sé, ¿verdad?, saben que los frijoles de la olla en la estufa son sabrosos, pero los que se hacen allá cuando se entierran, ¿verdad?, y es con fuego y con leña, son sabrosísimos. Y así es el pollo y el cabrito y el pollo y todo lo demás. Pero bueno, eso era anteriormente, tenemos que cambiar nuestra mentalidad. Ya es otras generaciones, aumentó la población, estamos en un agujero, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, yo los felicito a todos ustedes por convocar a esta reunión. Me da mucho gusto ver tanta gente interesada, sobre todo el sábado. Y nosotros ahorita tenemos, no digo un reto, tenemos un área de oportunidad. Viene un nuevo sistema de gobierno, o viene otro partido, que ustedes ya lo saben, quién está ahorita. Pero tenemos la confianza de que van a buscar la manera de aumentar lo que se ha hecho respecto a la cuestión de la lucha contra la contaminación. Nosotros tenemos la confianza de que va a ser así y nos vamos a presentar con ellos y decirles, cuenten con nosotros, pero que llegue un punto como el de ustedes de ahorita. ¿Cuál? Que el Comité Cívico organizó esto e invitó al Secretario de Protección al Ambiente y vino, e invitó a asambleístas y vinieron. Y les pidieron a ustedes que externaran sus inquietudes y contestaron. A lo mejor algunas no fue de satisfacción completa, pero contestaron, ¿verdad? Entonces, eso es una cosa muy, muy, muy buena. Yo los felicito por esta práctica. ¿Sí? Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Muchas gracias. Belén León, next panelist.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Belen Leon. I work for the Air Pollution Control District. I'm a project manager, and I am also the co-chair for the Air Quality Task Force. There's a lot of history of collaboration between the California Air Resources Board, la Secretaría de Protección al Ambiente, as well as the Air Pollution Control District with efforts with the Air Quality Task Force. We have been part of the Air Quality Task Force since our former APCO Brad Porras, back in when Border was, instead of Border 2020, it's Border 2008. Then we went to Border 2012. Then we're in Border 2020, and hopefully Border 2030, right? And our former Brad Reyes Romero has over 20 years or 27 years of experience at the Air Quality Task Force. And most recently, I was appointed the co-chair for the Air Quality Task Force. Our efforts also with the state of California started back when Efraín Nieblas was the director of the Secretaría de Protección al Ambiente, preceded by Saúl Guzmán, preceded by Margarito Quintero, and who was one of the founders with Kimberly Collins for the Air Quality Task Force. From CARB, we have been fortunate to have Fernando Amador, has been working a lot with the monitoring system in Mexicali as well, and he's present here today. Other members of CARB that have been part of this collaboration and partnership is Elizabeth Melgoza, where she was one of the ones that helped us with some implementation plans that we're currently working on through the Air Quality Task Force, as well as future projects that could be implemented. Recently, we met with Eduardo Garcia and also the Senator Alejandra Guzman. I had the opportunity to speak to Alejandra Guzman and Eduardo Garcia and to let them know that there's a plan in place, that the Air Quality Task Force exists, and that we need not only local, state, and federal government to help us implement projects, but to also follow up with more legislation, more norms that could actually help or assist in the reduction of air quality. We also have done a lot of advertising, per se, to do awareness and to do education for, we want to target kids. There's a lot of, Fabio de la Cruz mentioned a lot of that we have to target kids. We actually have to have an open mentality and start from little. It's very hard to change tradition. Family traditions. Me, living in the U.S. my entire life, I go to Mexicali. And I used to do the bonfires. I used to do the fireworks. Now, I can't believe I used to do that, right? But a lot of people from the U.S. go to Mexicali and do these type of things. And we have to change that mentality. It's very hard to change traditions. And I think that's one of the challenges that we have reached. The other challenge would be having the government officials change every 3 to 6 years as well. We like to keep that partnership, that collaboration, but sometimes it's lost. So we have to start from scratch in order for us to continue with the efforts that have been done in the past 3 to 6 years in order to continue these type of efforts. And that's, again, Eduardo Garcia and Senator Alejandra Leon offered their collaboration in order to keep these programs going through the one of the efforts that CARB approved back last year. It's called the work group. As I mentioned, it has a lot of the efforts we are doing now, as well as future efforts for a lot of norms, paving, you name it. It has a lot of, and I have those work plans available. Some of the programs that we have done, I mentioned that we did, it's called Ambientalízate. We've been doing this since 2010, and it focuses on education awareness in radio and television stations. It focuses on the open burn mentality, not to burn fireworks, not to burn wood, not to burn tires, not to do bonfires. Fabio also mentioned some of that. Now they're giving sanctions. It started with the letter that I have here in front of me from the former state official, Efraín Nieblas, that he sent to Francisco José Pérez Tejada at that time, back in 2011, where he is letting them know that the cancellation or revocation of permits for fireworks and selling of woods in the city limits to be prohibited. It also was implemented. We were heard. And it's a positive environment that now we're getting the attention of a lot of state officials, local officials on both sides of the border, not only Mexicali. But we need to continue that collaboration. We need to continue that partnership in order to keep these efforts going. Most recently as well, we have partnered up with Redspira, and they are implementing the flag program in Mexicali, just like the one that is here. They've also appointed 50 sensors, and they're going to expand another 30 sensors, low-cost monitors in Mexicali. And we're still studying this data to see how well it's going to work. But that has been one of the issues all along, having the right monitoring data in order for us to do a flag program in Mexicali, and to also have that data for state implementation plans here in the Valley. There's never been a reliable data in Mexicali. I mean, we heard that as well from the doctor here as well. So those are efforts that we need to continue working on. There's a lot more efforts that we do have to address. I think right now I'm in the correct panel because I see a lot of people where I would like to join some of the work groups that they have and them join ours as well, because we need a lot of health officials as well. We don't have that data. And hopefully the collaboration that we have over the Air Quality Task Force, it's an avenue in order to implement these type of projects and to continue collaborations with the state on both sides of the border, with federals on both sides of the border. So thank you, and do you have any questions?
Thank you, Belen. And next speaker, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Veronica Eady. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer for Environmental Justice at the California Air Resources Board. I'm going to try to be brief for a couple of reasons. I want to reserve time for our guest from Mexico, who I really want to hear from. But also, so you know, that picture is right there, and I'm sitting here looking at myself. I can't stand it. So we're going to move on very quickly. But Belen laid out really well a lot of the work that's going on at the border. We work very, very closely with our partners here at the Imperial County Air District as well as in San Diego. Belen talked about the federal Border 2020, Border 2012, and yes, let's hope that the work with US EPA continues. You also heard about some of the monitoring work that we've been engaged in through our monitoring and laboratory division, and as Belen said, Fernando Amador is here today, and he's worked for many years doing air monitoring and working with Mexican officials on the south side of the border. We have a number of divisions within ARB that are working on the border. We have our research division that works very closely with academics both on northern and southern side of the border to better quantify pollution at the border so that we can feed that information into our pollution mapping tool, Cal EnviroScreen. Our enforcement division, and we're fortunate to have Todd Sachs here, who heads up our enforcement division. His staff are at the border inspecting trucks as they come north into California, just as we work on the borders with Arizona and Nevada, for example. So we do quite a lot of enforcement to try to address mobile source issues. So one of the things that Belen mentioned is that we have sent some air monitors across the border. We sent, oh, thank you. So we sent a number of 50 monitors across the border, and as well sent staff over to work with the city of Mexicali to train local officials. So for many years, we have had ongoing government-to-government work that has been successful, but obviously more needs to be done. And I want to tell a little story of when I was here last year at this very same conference, and I was moderating a conversation around AB 617 that you heard about yesterday, this local scale air quality monitoring and emission reduction program. And sitting in the room with me was my colleague Trish Johnson, who works on my staff, as well as Luis Almedo. And there were some academics there from UABC, the Autonomous University of Baja California, and they asked us, how can we have programs like you have in Mexicali, and talking about the IVAN monitoring network that we heard about yesterday, that is a real-time air monitoring network. And before Luis had a chance to say anything, before I had a chance to say anything, or my colleagues, Ms. Margaret Gordon from the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project, and Jesse Marquez from LA, from Communities for Safe Environment. Jesse and Ms. Margaret spoke up immediately and said, we are here to work with you. We want to work with the community groups in your communities. Let us know how we can be helpful. And that was a really important moment, because while over the years, yes, we have been working government to government, and we've had really wonderful partnerships, it's really important to foster and support community-to-community relationships, so that as political administrations change, the communities remain constant. And so it's really important to support that. I know there is a lot of really good community work going on in Mexicali in particular. And so one of the things that we would like to do, in addition to our ongoing work, is to think about how we can support local communities here in California to work with their colleagues in Mexico. Last year, our board took up for consideration the state implementation plan for Imperial County, and that is the document that lays out how we're going to meet the health-based air quality standards. And when our board heard about the state implementation plans that came before them, we received direction from our board to staff to deepen our work in the border region and to deepen our partnerships in Mexico. So over the course of the last year, we've been talking internally about how that might look. we are doing a lot of work, but we're not necessarily talking within our organization, within our institution. We're not necessarily articulating an affirmative plan for how we're going to improve air quality in the region and how we are going to work with our counterparts as well as communities in Mexico. So that's something that we're working on right now, and Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia, as Belen mentioned, has been really vocal, and he's been really instrumental in bringing us together with our counterparts across the border. So we do look forward to deepening our work. The final thing that I'll mention is that Yana Garcia, who is the Deputy Secretary for Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs and Border, she just got a new title that includes border in it somehow. But anyway, Yana, who was here yesterday, was not able to stay. She and Secretary Blumenfeld left yesterday afternoon to attend the inauguration of the new governor of Baja California. And I think that that really is symbolic of the thinking of the Newsom administration. Governor Newsom has made it clear that he wants to deepen our work with Mexico, and I expect more of that to happen. So internally, we are having discussions not just at the Air Resources Board, but with our partner agencies about how we work together collaboratively and as one California Environmental Protection Agency. So what I expect and what you can expect is to see more leadership from Governor Newsom and from Secretary Blumenfeld as we move forward. And I should also say, and this is my last remark, the fact that Yana has in her title Border Affairs is very important. She just received that title, and it signifies what Secretary Blumenfeld and what Governor Newsom are thinking. They need an executive level person like Yana, Indiana, who can guide Cali, PA, as well as the boards, departments, and offices within Cali, PA. So moving forward, we will deepen our work. We will not just within the Cali, PA agencies, but within other agencies, including GoBiz, which I understand that is our business development agency has just opened an office in Mexico City. So that reflects the importance of the Newsom administration. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you. Dr. Jabalera, please. Su tiempo.
Buenos días, soy Alberto Jabalera. Gracias, Comité Cívico, por la invitación. Soy profesor de la UABC y aparte acabamos de formar un comité ciudadano de las Californias en pro del medio ambiente. Soy el director de este comité, que hemos tenido pláticas, yo creo ya por más de un año con José Luis Olmedo, para hacer algo, reflejar algo de lo mismo que traemos aquí o que se está haciendo aquí en el Valle Imperial, hacerlo en el Valle de Mexicali. Porque el valle es uno solo, o sea, lo que es la frontera, pues no divide nada. El aire va, lo que hacemos allá se lo fuman aquí, lo que hacen aquí no lo fumamos allá. Entonces, yo creo que hay que replicar lo bueno que se ha hecho aquí para trabajar allá en Mexicali. Lo que me trae ahorita a este punto es de que hemos visto cómo se manejan muchos indicadores, cómo se tratan de resolver esos problemas que están viendo, pero no hemos ido un poquito más atrás, lo que es la educación. Tratar de educar para no llegar a esta situación de tener que multar o que crear nuevas leyes. La importancia de la formación ambiental en la educación superior, ¿sí? ¿Qué temas podemos manejar en educación superior para prever esto que nos trae aquí ahora, ¿no? El cuidado del medio ambiente es trabajo de todos, ¿sí? Y de todos me refiero a ciudadanos, políticos, gobiernos. Allá en México son 3 niveles de gobierno, que es el municipal, estatal y federal, ¿no? Entonces, este es trabajo de todos, ¿sí? Es de suma importancia incluir temas ambientales en la enseñanza superior, la cultura, la responsabilidad social, van en el mismo sentido. Ya no podemos depender de otros, ¿sí?, para cuidar el medio ambiente, ¿sí? Y algunos temas que manejamos en la universidad, ¿sí?, pueden ser sí, el proceso para el logro de una cultura de responsabilidad social y medio ambiente. Son temas que se están dando dentro de la universidad en diferentes carreras, ¿no? La integración de la responsabilidad social y el medio ambiente en el ciudadano, las dimensiones de la contaminación y el agotamiento de los recursos, la ética y el control de la contaminación. Desde el punto de vista de ética y valores, necesitamos comenzar a ver este tema. El agua, recursos y contaminación, contaminación del aire y agua, derecho ambiental, educación ambiental, ¿sí? Estos son temas que se están dando dentro de algunas materias, de algunas carreras. La responsabilidad social, administración del medio ambiente y ética en los negocios. Contamos con algunas carreras que van directamente a trabajar en este tema, directamente a generar la ética y los valores para prever todo esto que estamos viendo ahorita. Todo lo que de nosotros como adultos le estamos dejando pues un ambiente crítico a otras generaciones, pues tratar de hacerles ver que podemos revertir esto, ¿sí? Hay una carrera que es licenciados en ciencias ambientales, que la intención de este perfil es que la intención de que todo esto es tener egresados con capacidad para aplicar el conocimiento científico y tecnológico en la solución de problemas relacionados con los temas ambientales. Desde un inicio, antes de que egresen estas personas, que sepan la importancia de atender el medio ambiente. La ingeniería en energías renovables, ¿sí? Igual, tener profesionistas con enfoque multidisciplinario, altamente capacitados, que se dediquen al estudio, diagnóstico, evaluación, planeación de recursos energéticos para el desarrollo sustentable. Las medidas implementadas por ambos gobiernos, o más bien por el gobierno de México, solo son populistas, ¿sí?, pero no efectivas. Cuando vemos ahí algunos eventos, pues es nomás para tomar la foto, justificar los 3 años del alcalde, los 6 años de gobierno, y luego pues ya vemos los resultados, los indicadores del lunes, martes, que estuvieron en rojos. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Sí? Las medidas implementadas pues vemos que son algo populistas. Por eso tiene que seguir trabajando los alumnos para hacer de un hábito el cuidado del medio ambiente, pero sobre todo con el ejemplo de nosotros los adultos. ¿Sí? Ahí en lo que es en la universidad estamos trabajando lo que es en cuidado del medio ambiente por medio del servicio social, ¿sí?, donde vamos a las comunidades a reforestar, a pintar, a limpiar, pero hace falta más que eso. O sea, yo creo que el gobierno está haciendo caso omiso, ¿sí? El gobierno no está poniendo atención, ¿sí?, en los protocolos, ¿sí?, y los ciudadanos menos. No basta medir, sino basta hacer. De nada nos sirve que veamos o que publiquen en los medios, en los periódicos, que los últimos 3 días los indicadores estuvieron arriba de 150. Pues ya para qué lo publican, ya no lo fumamos todo eso. El chiste es prever y educar a la gente, por lo menos a cuidarnos nosotros mismos. El gobierno ya he visto que no sueltan los alertas o los protocolos, ¿sí? Entonces, yo creo que como ciudadanos hace falta trabajar entre nosotros mismos para prever esto. No podemos depender de un gobierno de 3 años o 6 años. Esto es a largo plazo, ¿sí? Es parte de lo que se está haciendo hoy en México, y yo creo que deberíamos enfocarnos más a la educación, ¿sí?, no que a resolver ya el problema, ¿sí? Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Maestro Fernando Flores, he will ask the panel a question. Okay, this question response of each panelist is necessary. Cada panelista contestará la pregunta que hará obsérvese a través del maestro Fernando Flores, y tendrán 2 minutos para contestar. Adelante, maestro.
Primero que nada, quiero agradecer la oportunidad que se nos brinda al Comité Cívico del Valle, que realmente es un ejemplo para nosotros, y muy pronto estaremos firmando un convenio de colaboración para darle continuidad de aquel lado de la frontera desde el punto ciudadano. Esa es la primera. La segunda, Gloria, agradezco la oportunidad que nos brindas porque es muy importante que tengamos este momento de poder expresar de frente, porque son ustedes los que llevan un mensaje de aliento hacia la comunidad, pero sobre todo quiero explicarles lo que es el Observatorio Ciudadano. Obsérvese, es Observatorio Ciudadano de Baja California. ¿Qué es el Obsérvese? El Obsérvese trabajamos la transparencia, la rendición de cuentas, el acceso a la información y la conservación al ambiente en la calidad del aire. Nuestras fuentes de ingresos, nosotros decidimos no percibir ningún ingreso del municipio, del estado y de la federación para no amarrar nuestras manos y poder decir en el gran problema que tenemos en el combate a la corrupción lo que nosotros consideramos que es lo correcto para el beneficio de la ciudadanía. Como comentábamos, en los daños a la salud por la contaminación del 2018 se han incrementado las muertes prematuras. Es muy importante que nosotros le tomemos, porque hemos hecho la suma de todos los miedos, como lo hemos llamado, y esa suma es que a través de los últimos 20 años, a consecuencia de problemas de la calidad del aire en la salud, ya van más de 20,000 muertes que se han dado en Mexicali, y estamos combinadas entre ambas partes de la frontera. Estamos trabajando hombro con la Secretaría de Salud, quien es el que lleva la punta de lanza en las mesas de trabajo. Quienes estén interesados pueden entrar a nuestra página, como Obsérvese, la encuentran. Estamos presentando algunos videos, no tenemos tiempo para presentar los videos, pero también los pueden encontrar en la página para concientizar a la ciudadanía, educarla en el conocimiento. Estos son los spots de un programa que se llama No le demos respiro a la contaminación. Es un gran esfuerzo que estamos haciendo como ciudadanos para poder obtener los mejores resultados y transmitir a través de los medios de comunicación. Las notas periodísticas. Tenemos que en el año 2013 la ciudad de Mexicali, sí, es considerada a través de la revista El Economista como la tercera ciudad más contaminada del mundo. No lo digo yo, porque cuando lo he expresado me dicen eso no es verdad. Yo traigo las pruebas y las evidencias para que ustedes mismos puedan entrar y ver esas herramientas que todos tenemos a nuestro alcance. Primero está una ciudad de India, está China y luego Mexicali. Es algo que debemos de tomar mucha atención. Tenemos notas periodísticas en donde nos dicen que se advierte sobre una mala calidad del aire en Mexicali en los medios de comunicación. Es Mexicali en primer lugar en una mala calidad del aire. Amanece Mexicali con una mala calidad del aire. La contaminación sigue matando en Mexicali. Los grandes daños por parte de una mala calidad del aire, o sea, son los medios de comunicación los que nos mantienen informados y que tenemos que llevar un constante hombro con hombro, tenemos que seguir trabajando con ellos. Pero aquí lo que a nosotros nos interesa es aprovechar esta oportunidad, porque quiero que nos demos cuenta. Esta es una fotografía que ganó el primer lugar a nivel mundial de la contaminación, que se vio un 1 de enero en años pasados, de cómo amanece la ciudad en la Ciudad de México, cómo amanece la ciudad, cómo amanece la contaminación. Pero hay un punto muy importante antes de pasar a la pregunta. En Obsérvese estamos convencidos de que tenemos que trabajar con la ciudadanía y por la ciudadanía, porque las cosas no pueden seguir siendo así. Estamos trabajando en un nuevo nivel de conciencia, estamos trabajando en el poder transmitir a la ciudadanía que ya dejen de buscar ese compañero de vida. El compañero de vida es la naturaleza. Tenemos que entender que estamos juntos en este camino y juntos tenemos que transmitir ese mensaje, porque el cambio no es el cambio climático, es el cambio de nosotros mismos. Es la oportunidad que tenemos precisamente de que esa semilla esté en nosotros, y somos los únicos que estamos, somos los que la cuidamos, la que la podamos y la que nosotros somos los humanos lo que aportamos la contaminación a nuestro planeta. Tenemos que tener un nuevo nivel y una nueva era y un nuevo nivel de conciencia para poder transmitir este mensaje. de que nos corresponde a todos y cada uno de nosotros aquí presentes en el esfuerzo que estamos haciendo en venir, en participar y transmitir, la oportunidad que tenemos a través de las redes sociales para poder ya no permitir que se siga incrementando algo que todos padecemos y tenemos que ser una punta de lanza. Estamos trabajando con el sector salud para poder hacer un estudio de investigación en su máximo nivel de profesionalismo y poderlo entregar a niveles internacionales para poder bajar recursos. Entendemos que la comparación del recurso que ustedes manejan en el estado de California es de 130 millones de dólares, cuando nosotros solamente manejamos 5 millones en todo el estado. El 75% se va en sueldos, nos quedan 2 millones de dólares y esos 2 millones de dólares aplicados en la calidad del aire, solamente el estado de Baja California aplica para la calidad del aire $125,000 en todo el año. No podemos competir, pero aquí el problema no es el dinero, aquí el problema es la conciencia ciudadana. Tenemos juntos la tarea de educar y comunicar con una conciencia social diferente, y esa oportunidad está en cada uno de ustedes para transmitir este mensaje.
Maestro, the main question, please. What is that question?
¿Procedo a la pregunta?
Yes.
Procedo a la pregunta. Nuestra organización Obsérvese está trabajando para mejorar la calidad en ambas partes de la frontera entre México y los Estados Unidos. Pero nuestra organización también está queriendo mejorar la calidad de nuestras acciones como ciudadanos. Nuestra pregunta para cada uno de los panelistas es: ¿qué 2 acciones se pueden considerar importantes para mejorar las relaciones entre las organizaciones, el gobierno y la comunidad?
Ok, thank you. 2 acciones. En ese orden, como ustedes gusten.
Que maestro, yo creo que uno es la educación. Educación es lo primordial. Si no estamos educados, no vamos a saber qué es lo que nos está ocasionando, ¿no? La educación, pues empezamos en las universidades, irlo bajando, preparatorias y a otros niveles. La educación es la base de una buena relación entre ciudadanos y gobierno, ¿no? Y la otra es los protocolos. Como comenté, de nada nos sirve ver los indicadores que estamos a niveles altos de contaminación y no hacemos nada. Aún así salimos, los niños son más perjudicados y los adultos siguen saliendo a hacer ejercicio, siguen saliendo a recreo, siguen saliendo a hacer deportes. Si no tomamos las medidas como lo hacen aquí con las banderas, hay que prever y tener protocolos para comenzar a cuidarnos, ¿sí? Mientras buscamos otras soluciones, ¿no?
Gracias, maestro. Verónica.
So 2 things. It might be 2.5 things. A couple of the things that I'm going to say are internally focused. So within CARB, we need to do a couple of things. We need to, first of all, speak with a unified voice. So all of our various divisions that are doing work in Mexico or on the border region, we need to be speaking to each other, and we need to be coming up with an integrated plan for our agency, and we don't have that yet. We have a really wonderful opportunity with AB 617, with our enforcement work, our monitoring work, and with our partnerships with the local air districts. So all of that needs to be developed into a common vision and voice. Secondly, we need to have more of a presence here. Some of the other boards, departments, and offices within Cal EPA are here on the border. An example is DTSC. It's really difficult for us to do work and do work responsibly here without having more of a presence and a vision. And the half thing, okay, I can't remember what that was, but I think that within Cal EPA, we have a wonderful opportunity to come together as an agency and to leverage our work off of one another. Oh, I remembered the half thing. The half thing is funding. We desperately need funding at CARB in order for us to develop the program that we're thinking about. So that's going to require us talking to our governor as well as to the legislature to support our work.
Thank you. Belen.
I think I would mimic a lot of the things that the partner said here, but education is number one. We've heard that over and over. We need to start young. We need to start doing more for education, going to the schools. Like I mentioned, Air Quality Task Force is a great avenue for this to occur. We just have to get the key people there with us. Profepa, Semarnat, education, Observese is part of our group here, Respira. I mean, all these other environmentalists that are capable and have that partnership already with schools, with the community. We need that education, and we need to have, my second thing would be dialogue. Get everybody together. There's a lot of analysis out there. There's a lot of reports done. Let's get them together. What has everybody done? And set some implementation of projects as well. There is a lot of analysis out there. I know there is more needed, but we also need more projects. So dialogue and education would be my two main points.
Thank you, Belen. Very good.
More doctors involved.
Yes. One moment. Ingeniero.
Se dice que cuando hay problemas críticos o situaciones críticas, son soluciones críticas y son soluciones rápidas. No está para estar analizando. Esto lo hemos expuesto nosotros como tecnológico en las reuniones que allá tenemos. Estamos a 2 de noviembre, en un muy bonito día, Día de los Difuntos, ¿verdad? Sí, es cierto. Pero la cuestión crítica para nosotros, para Mexicali, no sé aquí, pero creo que es lo mismo, es el 24 de diciembre y el 31 de diciembre. Señores, si no hay una medida fuerte, dura, la gente no entiende. Y estamos en un momento muy bueno porque ahorita tenemos un nuevo gobernador y el gobernador de California está diciendo que quiere que haya una buena relación con el gobierno de Baja California. Que se reúnan los dos gobernadores, se pongan de acuerdo para implementar algo, pero ya. Señores, todos aquí presentes, si no lo han visto por ahí y si ya lo vieron, vuélvanlo a ver otra vez. La desgracia en Londres de diciembre de 1952. Murieron 4,000 personas el primer día y de ahí a 8 días más murieron 12,000 personas intoxicados. ¿Con qué? Con el smog que tenían, porque ese smog tenía un combustible y ese combustible tenía una cantidad significativa de dióxido de azufre. El azufre cuando se quema se forma dióxido de azufre. El dióxido de azufre con el agua se forma ácido sulfúrico, el agua de las baterías. El ácido sulfúrico en los ojos tenemos nosotros humedad y humedad es agua. En la nariz tenemos humedad y eso es agua. Y en la garganta tenemos humedad y eso es agua. Agua. Con el dióxido de azufre, ¿qué se forma? Ácido sulfúrico. ¿Cómo murieron esas personas? No lo dice la nota del internet, pero los que sabemos de medicina y de química, sabemos que debe haber sido una muerte espantosa. La gente revolcándose, así murió. El Valle Imperial y Mexicali no van a morir de eso. Vamos a morir por lo que se genera de la combustión, que es el monóxido de carbono. Y el monóxido de carbono se conoce, ustedes bien lo saben los médicos, como el gas asesino de la muerte silenciosa. Entonces, ¿por qué tenemos que esperarnos a que ocurra una contingencia así que mueran? Para entonces los gobernadores, los diputados, vayan a dictar medidas críticas, severas, para que ya no vuelva a ocurrir esto. Sí, efectivamente no va a volver a ocurrir, pero las muertes van a resucitar. No. Segundo, la primera propuesta. La segunda, ahorita lo plantearon, la organización, el comité cívico, así como Observese, necesitamos nosotros ser creativos y buscar la manera de que aumente esta relación. ¿Cómo va a aumentar? Con la participación de nosotros. ¿De quiénes somos nosotros? Los que ahorita no nos hemos afiliado ni a Observese ni al comité cívico. No nos queremos afiliar a ninguno de los dos, no, pongámonos a trabajar. La solución a las cuestiones de la contaminación en Mexicali son cuestiones muy sencillas, tan sencillas que la gente no lo quiere entender, como lo que dijimos de regar, como lo que dijimos de los frijoles, ¿verdad? Bueno, nos haga ahí mi amigo en la estufa, como la cuestión de la afinación de los carros. Entonces, esas son mis dos propuestas. Empujemos para que nuestros gobernadores se pongan de acuerdo y los legisladores. Cuando quieren los legisladores hacen una reunión y no duermen todo el día para cambiar ciertas leyes. Ustedes ya saben.
Thank you.
Es una cosa crítica también. Gracias.
Thank you. Finally, Dr. Zesueta, please.
Sure. I would say that the first thing is to improve governance, at least I would say in both sides of the border, but particularly in Mexico. Just as an example, I don't know if you know this, but Tijuana has been for 3 months in a row with air quality index levels above 150 for PM 2.5. So when we noticed that and we saw the increase in the cases of acute respiratory infections, the Secretary of Health of the state of Baja California sent a letter to the Secretary of Environmental Protection in order to enforce a contingency plan. I know it because I wrote the letter, but he signed it. And nothing happened. That was like 2 months ago. Nothing happened. The levels of PM 2.5 are still increasing. Nothing happened. So we need to have some accountability for that. We need to increase governance and improve it in every single level. I think you guys, folks here in the U.S., have more experience in that. Perhaps you can help our legislators to make concrete decisions on that. And the second thing, I would say, it's community work. We need to go out and reach out to the people. We need to let them know that they cannot be using fireworks in holidays. They cannot be cooking outside, having this bonfires and stuff like that, right? So I think at the end it all comes down to education. I don't think people realize all the effects that we are living because of those small actions that have big effects, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cesuto. Thank you, Alex. We have only for opportunity for 2 questions.
Okay.
Just a moment. This is for
Primeramente, gracias por todo, por estar aquí. No podemos ser hipócritas, no podemos decirles a los demás lo que deben de hacer cuando nosotros mismos no lo estamos haciendo. Voy a decirlo, I'm going to say it in English also. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
English or Spanish?
Yeah. El flujo de mi pensamiento se interrumpió. Bueno, lo que estaba diciendo es de que no podemos ser hipócritas, decirle a la gente que haga algo cuando nosotros no lo hacemos, y tenemos que modelar un buen comportamiento. Entonces, específicamente quiero hablar de los, ¿cómo se dice? Fireworks. Cohetes, de los cohetes en Mexicali. ¿Y qué pasó en Estados Unidos para el 4 de julio? Tenemos los stands en todos lados vendiendo los cohetes. We cannot be hypocrites about, telling other people what to do. We have work to do here too. Like, let's take the example of fireworks here for 4th of July. The stands are everywhere. And I'm bringing this up because I'm still sad. My dog was run over because she got so scared and she just left home. She was so scared with the fireworks. So we have work to do. That's a specific example, but there are many others, and I'm going to leave it like that. We need to do something about the fireworks also.
Okay.
Gracias. Otra aquí.
Okay.
Por favor.
Second.
Otras voces en la conversación. Gracias.
Hola, buenos días. Muchas gracias por estar aquí hoy. Me da mucho gusto estar aquí con gente de dos lados de la comunidad. Mi pregunta es, ¿qué podemos hacer para ayudar a la gente joven como yo estar más familiado con estos problemas que está pasando? No hay muchos jóvenes aquí hoy en esta conferencia que he visto, adicional los de ayer, pero me gustaría saber más qué se puede hacer entre los programas que está pasando aquí en Estados Unidos, en México, para incluir los jóvenes en este esfuerzo del medio ambiente.
Okay, only 2 questions, no?
Okay. We're good on translation? Okay.
Y la pasa, sí. Maestro.
Yo personalmente, como Observatorio Ciudadano, te hacemos la invitación porque, como comentaba, la juventud es la fundación de los tiempos por venir. Ustedes no están heredando las crisis más difíciles, que es la crisis del medio ambiente, la crisis económica y las crisis políticas. No podemos dejar de avanzar sin tomarnos de la mano y hombro con hombro seguir avanzando. Desafortunadamente tenemos que combatir la corrupción, y la corrupción se combate no de una persona, se combate de la sociedad hacia el gobierno, porque el gobierno es el encargado y es el que está pagado por una comunidad en general. Hemos dejado que las autoridades sigan haciendo lo que ellos quieren, no lo que nosotros necesitamos. La pregunta que tú haces es tan acertada. porque de ti depende precisamente el que tú puedas voltear hacia las futuras generaciones en 20 años y que los puedas ver a los ojos, porque tú tomaste la determinación de hacer algo y no podemos dejar que las futuras generaciones se queden rezagadas en este grave problema que les
Thank you,
estamos
maestro. 1 minute only. Okay, ¿quiere contestar alguien más? Aquí, ingeniero. ¿Y el doctor? Ok.
Brevemente, señorita. Yo cuando hablé, que hablé muy rápidamente.
1 minute, please.
Les comentaba yo que lo que estamos haciendo nosotros es que los alumnos vayan al radio, a la televisión, asesorados por nosotros, por supuesto, ¿verdad? Para que ellos se expresen. Que ellos vengan, los invitamos para que ellos ahora sean los que hablen, porque nosotros ya estamos muy vistos y no nos hacen caso, ¿verdad? Y acuérdense que mientras más grandes somos, ¿sí? Más, ¿cómo se dice? Chango viejo no aprende maroma nueva, ¿sí? Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es invitar a los alumnos para que ellos sean los que vayan y nosotros los estamos invitando. Lo que está haciendo la universidad, que hacen obras en escuelas y que van a parques, lo mismo estamos haciendo en el Tecnológico de Mexicali, invitando, hay que ir con ellos. Necesitamos también, respecto a la educación, integrar más a los maestros para que participen. Ve, vamos.
Ok. Please, short question. Okay, please.
I'm Ray Askins. Just to cut to the chase, I do post on Facebook, MexicaliPeople.org, and I'm very critical of the bad actors. And one of my pet peeves is Zahari. And they're always running 150, 160. I've seen high as 200 ppm 2.5. And I post the picture of the owner of Zahari. I show the results of the smoke coming out of the smokestack. And I think that I can just say that our last Secretary of the Environment, Thelma, she was fired when she has attempted to do something about an order inspection on Zahari. Well, his corruption steps in. The owner of Zahari was one of the ministers for Baja California. And so he went to the governor and he fired her. All because she ordered an inspection. So there you are. These are the kind of things that must stop.
Okay, thank you. Okay, doctor, ¿quiere contestar? Okay, finally.
Yeah, I think at the end it all comes to governance. We have mapped that corporation in particular. We are after them, but as you mentioned, there's a lot of political power involved. So right now we have a new administration that just arrived yesterday. Thankfully, some of us are remaining there, and trust me, my friend, we're going after them.
Okay, thank you. The time for this panel is over.
The question was never answered about the fireworks, for the people.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. There are many more questions, and I think that what I'd like to invite folks to do is to continue those conversations in our small groups. So,
1 minute only. Okay. Contestar. Okay.
Just real quick, you make a very valid point, and the reason for that is because my son asked me that. Why can't we do fireworks in Mexicali, but we do them here? He's 7 years old. So I didn't have an answer for him at that time, but it's definitely something that we're going to take into consideration to address that.
Okay.
All right, round of applause here.
That's it.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, Gloria.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay.
So what we're going to do now, I know you all are itching to get out of your seats. We're going to do that in just one moment.
Please,
so what comes up next, lunch is scheduled for 1 p.m. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break. Hopefully there are some cookies outside. We've got cookies outside, fuel up a little bit. We're going into our World Cafe sessions. I know we want to take photos. Are we doing that right here? Okay, let's go for it. So I'm going to give you some instructions here. So we're going into World Cafe. And there are 5 rooms that you can go to. It's very similar to what we did yesterday. There's asthma and the interventions in the school air program, mobile and stationary sources, If I could have folks' attention, because I do want to give instructions. If our panelists could move off of the stage here. That's no, thank you. Yeah. Que por favor que se mueven así. Yep, great. Yeah. Okay. Apologies for the interruption. So, you have 5 rooms. They're all in your program: asthma and health interventions in the school air program, mobile and stationary sources, enforcement of air pollution regulations, getting involved in community air monitoring, and civil rights and environmental justice in government decision making. Pick your spot. We're going to go for 2 rounds. 2 rounds, it'll be just about 35 to 40 minutes. We're going to start in the rooms at 11:40. So that's in just about 10 minutes or so. So go to the restrooms, get a snack. Please be in your workshop sessions at 10:40. For our workshop leaders, we will come around and make sure that you're all set up. Thank you.
Those of you in the back, I invite you to the front. We're waiting for our speakers. We'll start shortly. Okay.
Great, because
Yes.
then we'll.
Okay, I think yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you to those of you that took the tour. We're going to go ahead and continue with the final session. Final discussion, which is on cultivating leadership and civic engagement, and how do we enhance that, make our voices heard, and continue to advocate. To lead this discussion will be Dr. Arcela Núñez Alvarez and Cristian Salgado. Thank you so much to both of you. I will transition to you all now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me use this bag. I'm going to make my way over here so I can stand here. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you guys all for continuing enjoying today's conference after lunch. I hope you can take something away from my presentation and as I begin the conversation on civic engagement and how we can begin to cultivate this type of leadership further in Imperial County. So as I mentioned, my name is Cristian Michal Salgado, and I'm a recent graduate from Humboldt State University. Thank you. I've had the amazing opportunity to work with Comité Cívico in different capacities. So I began working with them when I was a lot younger in my undergrad level, attending these conferences. And then when I got to my graduate degree, I was able to do a research project with them, and that's what I'll be speaking on today. So the title of my research project was Chicana Feminist Participatory Action Research, Collaborative Environmental Justice, and the Identifying Violation Affecting Neighborhoods Community Development Project. And just to get an idea of who my audience is, just by raising your hand, can you let me know if you know what IVAN is, or the Identifying Violation Affecting Neighborhoods? Okay, that's great. So when I explain it, I don't have to go into so much detail. How many of you guys have used it, whether attending a task force or reported something? Also a large group. So I won't have to take too much when explaining that. So as my title emphasizes, I took a methodology called participatory action research, and I'm going to unpack that a little bit later. But it's very important for me to emphasize that this project was done with co-researchers. So it wasn't just a partnership between Comité Cívico and myself, but we extended the conversation to 10 other community members that maybe were not familiar with Comité Cívico's work in the past or with IVAN. So these are my co-researchers. I won't go down the list, but they were intricate in every decision that we made throughout this project. So as I unpack that. So as a question that I really would like to share with you, and something I pondered while I was getting my master's degree, was as community organizers and academics, how do we create possibilities for others to grow? Ways to learn from each other, and how to create abundant justice.
So as a person who came from community organizing and decided to go and get a master's degree, I often felt conflicted between the world of academia. I will talk a little bit about how much the literature talks about environmental justice, but then what do residents actually resonate with them? Does that term resonate with them? Do they have other words to describe their world experience? But also through that experience of earning my master's degree, I wanted my project to extend beyond just me earning a degree, but also allow for that abundant justice. So as an academic, I often like to start from my positionality. So it's no coincidence that my research was done in Imperial County. I'm a resident of Calexico. I grew up in Calexico. So it was very important to me when I went to go get a degree that my research was going to focus on here. And since we're celebrating the 10th year of this conference, and I've attended many of them, I actually wrote a journal article back in 2012 that I'm going to read that I think really highlights the progress that we've made here in the environmental justice movement in Imperial County. So be patient with me. Reading is not my funnest thing to do out loud. So I titled this journal article, and it was also in my thesis, called Mi Valle. In the fall of 2012, I was a participant in an event organized by CCV called the Toxic Bus Tour. The aim of the Toxic Bus Tour was to highlight some of the most polluted areas in Imperial Valley. At the time of the tour, I was a student at San Diego State University studying psychology and environmental studies, and I was in town for the weekend to partake in the tour. The passengers on the tour varied in age and profession and included students, concerned residents of all ages, some of the old timers I still work with till today, it's the first day I met them, and government officials. So there was a Department of Toxic Substance and Cal EPA. This was the first introduction to environmental injustice, a concept that I was unfamiliar with at the time. So I felt like attending San Diego State, I was getting an education that was focused on mainstream white environmentalism, and there was a conflict between what I was learning in higher education, but what my lived experience was. The bus departed from Calexico, my hometown, located right on the U.S.-Mexican border, and we visited 5 hot spots. Enrique Camarena Junior High, which my brother attended at the time, and is located adjacent to agricultural fields and sometimes downwind from controlled burns and pesticides. At the time, we visited a stretch of Interstate 98, which was in discussion about developing solar energy. We visited Brawley Beef, which at the time was dumping raw sewage in a canal. And the final tour was at the Bi-National New River, which is considered one of the most polluted in the United States between Mexico and the US. When we stopped at the New River, residents spoke about health issues, the pollution it caused in their lives, such as asthma and respiratory disease. Cal EPA officials from San Francisco heard their stories, and I remember wondering if they were just there to check a box. He came, he saw, he heard, and now his job was done. Did the EPA really want to help us? We were not Yosemite, Joshua Tree. We were not a region often considered worthy of protection. We were just the Imperial Valley. It dawned on me that our lives in Imperial Valley, in the large scheme of environmental issues, were not the concern of the state of California. My neighbors, my friends, my family did not matter to Cal EPA. And on that day, in 2012, I did not fully grasp the notion that we were disposable, that we were a product of a racist capitalistic system. For the first 10 years of my life, the New River was within walking distance of my childhood home and visible from the skate park, where I would often spend a lot of my afternoons. It was murky, smelled horrible, filled with foam and plastic, and people would often joke that if you fell in, you would grow a third arm. I didn't question the quality of my environment. Así es como es. This is just the way it is, a detrimental sentiment among residents in Calexico that has been rendered powerless against their will of an unfair system. It was upsetting. Some cities have tours that highlight the beauty of their communities. But my community tour highlighted the ugly, the sites that damage the health of its residents and its environment. When even worse is that there were many other sites the toxic bus tour could have included, such as the hazardous waste landfill in Westmoreland, but it just didn't make the cut. I am not separate from the issues of Imperial Valley. I am not separate from controlled burns, high asthma rates, polluted water, respiratory disease, exposure to pesticides, or exploitation of agricultural workers. I am one of those people, which is why I have made it the center of my and our work, and as I will talk about, is the collaborative project that I did with residents. Thank you. So here is the picture of where I grew up here on the screen near the New River. So today I will talk about, I wanted to kind of lay groundwork for everybody on environmental justice discourse and the environmental decision-making process. So when I came in doing this project, it was really important as an academic as well as a community organizer that I share every information. So whether it was the literature that I was reading, it was important that they started and I started at the same space that they were. So the environmental justice framework, and I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with, is that we define nature as our nature or environment as a place where we live, work, and play. This is very different from mainstream environmentalists. We also emphasize the speak for ourselves philosophy. This is also essential and key. Equal opportunity to participate in the environmental decision-making process. A focus on autonomy versus equity. And I know this conversation keeps on having within environmental justice. Also, capacity building by creating co-research partnerships with academia. So I think over the last decade, we see a lot of academics partnering with nonprofits, indigenous populations, and it's very important as academics embark on these partnerships that they put these nonprofits, these communities in a position of empowerment and that they're making decisions. So when I first began this project, it was very important that when I said environmental justice, I knew what I meant, but maybe the residents I was working with were still just becoming aware of what their environment was, as my story shared in the beginning. So a little bit of the methods and process in building capacity and the Ivan Community Development Project. So Ivan has a very long history in California as well as Imperial County. It started in 2010. So I was basically kind of continuing the legacy of work that had already been done around environmental justice, but just here in Imperial County. So we created, Luis Olmedo, Humberto at the time, and myself, applied for a 2017 Environmental Justice Small Grant, which allowed us the opportunity to do this project. So the Ivan Community Development Project, it was a collaboration whose main focus is to build capacity of the Imperial County residents to better engage with Ivan. So like I mentioned, it was a partnership between me and Comité Cívico, and we had started with the idea that maybe a community guidebook would have been the way to kind of continue to build capacity, but not just a guidebook that we would create, but a guidebook that the residents would create, a tool made by residents for residents. So that was really essential, I think, in how we created this partnership. So I won't go into detail. We've heard plenty about Comité throughout the week, but I do want to emphasize that when you begin working, me as a resident and a community organizer and an academic, is coming up with the language so informed people build healthy communities. That was my methodology. It was already there within the nonprofit. So empowering disadvantaged communities. So this is actually the mission statement of Comité. So that's what guides my research philosophy. So really quickly, as everyone raised their hand already, Ivan is a community-based environmental monitoring system built on the idea that residents are the most knowledgeable about their environment and therefore should have a place at the table with regulatory agencies. And this is pre-AB 617 conversation, where now we have also residents sitting at the table with regulatory agencies. I will not speak to Ivan as a whole network in California, but just Imperial counties. And here are Ivan functions two parts. There's a reporting and monitoring website where community members can go and report an environmental concern or violation. And then there's a mapping feature to that, as well as a commenting reporting back. The second part of it is the Environmental Justice Task Force, and I see this part being most utilized in our community when I was working on my project, and I attended many of these meetings. So monthly meetings that would review these reports. So these reports are put online, they're available for everyone to see. So you're able to go into these meetings and sit down with the Department of Toxic Substance, CUPA, the Air District. There was many other government representatives at that table along with Comité Cívico. This is kind of the breakdown of how that process goes. So someone submits a report, it goes onto the website, then it goes into this interesting function where community can see it, agencies can see it, as well as Comité Cívico as a nonprofit. And then it kind of goes in a loop, depending on the type of report. If it's something simple, like I would consider it sometimes simple, tires on the side of the road, that would go to the county or the proper municipality, and then they would just clean it up, and then that report was completed. But often some things are very complex. They have to do with air and water and multiple pollutants. So those reports take longer, and sometimes, you know, for months, residents don't have a conclusion. So knowing now about Ivan, the part that's the development part was kind of taking the next step. So beginning the PAR project, which is the Participatory Action Research Project, and the negotiation of roles. So I think it's very important as academics embark on citizen science or participatory action research that they're very transparent in what are they talking about, and kind of relating to Comité Cívico's mission, it aligned very well with this type of methodology. So I took a two-part approach from the academic perspective, so feminism, so I recognized the complexity of gender, voice, power, multiple identities, and interlocking oppressions. So here in Imperial County, as much as we often say we're not diverse, I consider it's extremely diverse. And also within the EJ movement, are women equal to men having voices in these issues, and what roles we play in the EJ movement? So another one is participatory action research, which participants are co-researchers. So in that case, I'm putting them in the driver's seat, and I'm more like the co-driver. So if I was mapping out our journey, but at the same time, they're telling me what direction to go in. A horizontal space for knowledge production, and then projects that have direct purpose and outcome. That's the most important thing about participatory action research, is that it's understanding the world by changing it. I see a lot of times as people start engaging with the political system, they find it to be very slow. And I think as academics, we can provide opportunity so we can do a collaborative, reflective, and understand the world by changing it. So as I already mentioned, this project was funded by Cal EPA, a little bit about the policies that funded that. And definitely we had to start from the point of what was the literature of Ivan. So we built on the UC Davis Center for Regional Change review of Ivan. There was a lot of agencies that had come in and done reviews of the benefits or the obstacles of what Ivan was and how successful or possible places to improve Ivan. So that's where we started. We started from the beginning, from the literature. So why an Ivan Community Development Project? Well, based on that literature, we discovered that there was a lack of awareness of the website, a lack of technological accessibility, a lack of technological knowledge that was preventing residents to use Ivan. And that sometimes we see, like phones, maybe not everyone has a phone, access to internet. So those were obstacles at the time of the research we identified through the literature. Community residents do not always have the technological capacity, and then sometimes these reports would come in and there just wasn't enough information, especially with air quality reports. Sometimes they would go into the system and days would pass, and then all of a sudden they were like, well, what was the outcome? And it was like, oh, well, the inspector went out there and probably couldn't identify it in time. So there was a lot of conversations we were having with I was having with the community members. So we formed an advisory committee panel. There was 10 members that we recruited word of mouth, because this is a very experimental project. I didn't expect everybody to be open to doing this type of work. It was a big commitment. We made the decision that we weren't going to include environmental agencies. So this was supposed to be a space where residents could learn from square one of how to navigate the world of environmental reporting. The residents were from all over Imperial County, and they ranged between the ages of 21 and 70. variety educational backgrounds and employment too. So it was in the end though, I will be honest, most of all the people who participated, I would say half had a bachelor's degree. So these conversations that we were having were definitely, the people that were attracted to it were individuals that have received higher education and wanted to figure out how to be more civically engaged. So I developed, using PAR, we developed a research question together. So the question we came up with was, what information does one need to successfully report an environmental concern? So that was our focus. So when you do participatory action research, we developed the research question together. In addition, we also posed some other questions about what would the Ivan guidebook look like and how do we create an Ivan guidebook. So publishing this book and working together was a challenge, and a lot of it was just learning in the process of writing. So this partnership, to kind of clarify, it was a Comité Cívico, it was me as this academic community organizer, and then we had our 10 community members, and that kind of formed the whole structure of the Ivan Community Development Project. So these meetings took place over the span of 3 months. They were 2 hours long, and they were often engaging. Some of the activities we did were having all the residents report an Ivan report, and then see what the feedback was. They used the mapping features. They provided feedback on the website and what they liked and what they didn't, what they felt was a little bit challenging. They also expressed what are other things we can talk about outside of Ivan? Once you kind of open up, I feel like, the can of worms of what is environmental justice, and you start questioning your built environment and the agencies that govern your environment, it brings up a lot of other questions. So sometimes we had lengthy conversations about our food system. We had conversations about food security in our area. So it kind of opened up a larger conversation. And then it went in unexpected directions. Participatory action research, you, as an academic, there's a lot of, it's research, reflection, and action. So going through the Ivan reporting system, we noticed that a lot of reports were being made in one area about Centro. The questions were brought up at an Ivan task force meeting at the time, that why weren't these alleyways in El Centro being cleaned? Those reports were sent to the county and then the city of El Centro. There was tons of back and forth. So through using Ivan and seeing how the mapping system works, they decided to take, honestly, it was a great partnership. I mean, kind of take the issue up in their own hands along with me, and we organized the cleanup of the alleyways. So there was 57 community members that attended, and we ended up cleaning about 8,000 pounds, 4 tons of solid waste that were building up in alleyways. So here are some pictures. A lot of them were Brawley students. Going to Civico had a great partnership with Brawley High School. So once we had a call for action, it was very easy to get the community engaged. And the city of El Centro was out that day. They were actually not really invited to our event. We kind of took it upon ourselves, but they ended up showing up, and I actually go by there every once in a while, and I noticed that they keep it a lot cleaner. So this is all the waste that was cleaned, and in the end, the students did an amazing job. I even think our waste company was really appreciated to see not them being called out there to clean up the mess, but actually community wanting to clean up with them. So it was I very much love this aspect of this research project. So the Ivan Community Guidebook, the final thing we came up with was a 5-chapter booklet that guided readers on how to report through Ivan. But it also went beyond that. It listed all the agencies that govern water, air, pesticides. So a lot of times when you have an issue, you don't really know who to call. I usually use the example that when there's a fire, you know to call the fire department. When someone's breaking the law, you know to call the police. But when you see something like pesticide drift or agricultural burning, maybe you don't necessarily know who's the agency to contact, and if you do, you might get the runaround. So this is basically working with residents that are starting from the ground level of understanding this. The intent was it would be a living document, so that this document could evolve over time with different community members that wanted to contribute to it. So what else? Yeah, and just emphasize that it was made by residents for residents. So that is my presentation. I actually had a great time. A lot of the co-researchers went on to do many awesome things. One of the participants, my co-researcher, not participants, in the study actually is now implementing what's considered youth participatory action research in the high school. So taking this methodology, I feel like really opened the world to what the possibilities are with creating civic engagement with youth. So thank you.
Christian, if you want to, we'll just pause for a second. If you could go back, maybe for some questions.
Oh yeah, so sorry.
Christian gave us a great example of how to take something very personal, think about what's the kind of information to be brought from the academic sphere, what's the community partnership, and then engaging residents in defining problems and defining solutions, and really taking it to the people working alongside community members to move things forward. So I'd love to hear from the audience if folks have questions or comments, and then we'll go on to our next presenter. All right, we have a question here. Yeah. Great.
Christian Salgado, I wanted to thank you. You're amazing because you're from Calexico, and you figured out, you know what, I need to be the change in my own community. So you went out and you followed the rules, and you went to Humboldt. Humboldt is the guiding light of
it is.
It is. I know that because my son is attending there. I attended Berkeley because I'm from Thermal. We're both from Thermal, and Thermal's on fire right now.
Yeah.
So we are the change we need to be, and basically you are using their rules. They say we need to create data because only data could prove when there's calamity. We know what calamity is because we survived calamity. So you say now we have to document it. Well, guess what? Donald Trump proved to us that our education doesn't matter. It don't matter because you know what? My boss, he has a PhD from online mill. He doesn't even know how to write email. But he has a PhD.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So education doesn't mean anything. That's inflated. And so right now, what the next commodity is, it's our health, because they're giving us cancer. And they want to manage our cancer because they're polluting our land. They're killing us off. It's all about gentrification. So I appreciate the fact that you followed their rules to figure out the light, because that's how we get funding now, through nonprofits. Nonprofits which are managed by healthcare systems. Healthcare systems manage all the foundation money, and they all go through desert healthcare districts. They all go through Kaiser type of nonprofit money. Is now the way that they fund the de-engagement of society, the oppression of the people that they want to gentrify, that they want to erase.
Yeah, that's very strong.
Okay, so now you identified something very important. Rules. How can we, who is the lead on environmental calamities, on environmental violence? Who can we talk? Because guess what? EPA says that thermal is not a health risk. It says that it's not a calamity. Well, how come people are dying of cancer at younger and younger ages, people that I grew up with? So I want to know, what do you think? How can we get the Environmental Protection Agency, which is the regulatory agency on environmental crimes, how can we get them to participate in such a disadvantaged area, such as all the agricultural areas of the California, the last frontier of multi-million-dollar development? Thank you.
Before I answer your question, I actually want to highlight, I think it's something that is really important to emphasize with our youth going on to receive higher education, is don't let the institution of higher education really, not adapting, but what I want to get at is that I was getting taught mainstream environmental issues, and it wasn't my lived experience, and then having to challenge that. So when I wanted to use, and I didn't go into my analysis of my project, but using Chicana feminism, that was something that even Humboldt State was like, wait, what are you doing? Like, I had to prove to them that this is what I was experiencing. So as you go through the institution of higher education, I think it's really important to kind of stay true to the information that you have, and when you do research, make sure it's research that is meaningful to you. And then also, second part is using your education not just for a career. So I bet a lot of the youth in Imperial County, there's not a lot of job opportunities here, but they have bachelor's degrees and they have education, they have lived experience. So creating spaces for learning that are outside of higher education, outside of these governmental institutions, is really important. And to answer your question, something that I was very inspired of love was Ivan. When I got to go into that space and be able to sit down with these representatives, I was able to learn firsthand of like, this is the rule, and I was able to put a face, like who's the inspector going out, during certain, issues. So that was really important for me to learn. And yes, I consider myself an academic. I can read all the books, but it doesn't change actually sitting down with a person and getting to know. Also challenging and keeping accountable those in authority. So that's part of the democracy. And I think as we build civic engagement, it's really important that, yes, take that information, but also feel confident and empowered enough to challenge it. So that's my response.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, we'll do one more quick question, and then we're going to give our next presenter an opportunity. Did you have your hand up? Yeah. Okay, great.
Can you please speak a little bit more, or like kind of illuminate on the Chicana feminism analysis, please?
Yeah, so this was a side, I felt I had an amazing graduate advisor who I felt this book didn't come into my life sooner, was Borderlands, La Frontera by Gloria Anzaldúa, and I had never read that book before, and when I read it, it completely shifted. Within a month, I wrote a whole new chapter to my thesis, and I talked a lot about nosotras. So I talked about how par has to do with there's an us and them, and how I use that lens to analyze my experience, because there was Comita and then there was me, but together we were also this partnership of co-researchers. So I did a lot of that. I also looked a lot at desconocimiento, and how I do think that when you're going into these communities and you're telling words like disadvantaged community, that can be intense. Like, you internalize that terminology, and that causes sometimes anxiety and feeling overwhelmed, like, oh, I don't want to talk about these political issues, but creating space so maybe we can like slowly transition into these different parts. So I use a lot of that theory to influence how I analyze this. Yeah.
Great. Let's give Christian another round of applause. Thank you so much for your work.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yeah.
Buenas tardes nuevamente. Thank you so much to all of you that are still here. We always say that the organizers are the ones that stay until the very end. So nobody get up and leave. Thank you for your participation. I am really happy today to be able, with my colleague and compañera en la lucha, Lily, to share an example with all of you about the work that we are doing in our community. And it's work that has been in the making for about 15 years, since I got out of graduate school and even before. I'm going to share and let you know that although I live in the academic world, I work at a university, I read all the literature, I'm not that research, I'm not that academic. I am a member of my community who uses those tools for empowerment. I use the literature and the knowledge and education to be able to better understand how I can contribute resources to make the world a better place. So I wear different hats, and one of the hats that I wear is as an educator. I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher my entire life, and I am very proud to be a teacher because it gives me the opportunity to share knowledge and to engage with every single community member, with my colleagues at the university, with policymakers, and we have an exchange. So today what I want to do for the remainder of the time that we have is to share with you the work that we've been doing through an initiative that we call Universidad Popular. This is an idea that builds on a whole tradition of education for empowerment. And it is very special to me and to our team because it is a tradition that comes from my culture, from our tradition around educación popular. Es popular, for the people, by the people, and as a way of raising consciousness about our environment. I am a firm believer in education. I have nothing bad to say about education other than we are not utilizing it. And we're not utilizing it because somehow we are disconnected from its power and what it allows us to be able to do. So what we decided to do is to use the research and education in our communities to be able to mobilize, to educate, but more than anything, what I have seen happen in my community in the last 15 years is that we've been able to reclaim the definition of democracy. Democracy. We, the people. The people have the power to govern. It's not the other way around. We are not accountable to politicians and government agencies. They are accountable to us. The power to govern is with the people. So when we talk about this idea of having education, I think every presenter talked about how important it is to educate our communities. So what we do is that we're educators. We're critical thinkers. We're constantly being creative and trying to find ways to get information into the community. We use research, education, and it's for the sole purpose of bringing about action in our communities. And I'm going to share what has worked in my community. I grew up in the north part of San Diego County, in the city of San Marcos, and what I began to see growing up in this area was that my community was disenfranchised from the political process. We did not have the power and representation. We didn't have the teachers that looked like us. We didn't have anybody in decision-making positions that looked like us. So we began to build this idea of really how are we accountable and build accountability in our community. In the community where I can say, this is where I live, this is where I work, this is where I either suffer or I thrive, right? This is it for us. So we began to actually separate the work that we do as researchers, and I gave myself a second job, not paid, as a volunteer. And I took a whole army of students from Cal State San Marcos, and we went out into the community. Every evening, you will find us teaching, working with youth, going to churches, the local library, even out in the migrant camps, anywhere where we're able to talk to people. So we began to go out into the community to learn about the needs that people were facing. Was it about education? Was it about health? But you know what we found? Is that as academics and researchers, we tend to want to compartmentalize. This is health, this is education, this is food insecurity. But that's not how it looks in our community. In our community, it's all intertwined. It all coexists in the same house, in the same neighborhood. So we began to define these ways of talking about it and asking for people who wanted to be part of the solution to step up. No pay involved. All civic, we call it in Spanish, puro compromiso cívico. It's not about a job, it's the work that we all need to do collectively. So our approach has really been to leverage the resources that we have. I have a PhD. I'm probably one of the 3 Latinas in my community that has that level of experience in education. I need to leverage that. I need to use it in my community. But you know what? I began to see that my mom, who has 0 days of formal education, has way more to contribute than I do with a PhD. That her expertise is just as important, if not more. So we began to really flip that pyramid and the coin to say, we're not the experts, right? We're not the experts. There are a lot of experts in our community. They need to be the ones driving our agendas. They need to be the ones sharing what those solutions are. And I hope with the mission that we have as a team of educators is that I really want to see the transfer of power from a few select individuals in my community, whether elected or not, to the people of my community. There needs to be more participation. So we began to offer these opportunities to open up classrooms all over our community. And people started showing up. People who never had the opportunity to go to school, who've been working their whole lives. They began to show up, and they began to show up with their children. So this was our first step. I'm going to ask Lily to come and share the experience that we've had. But we began to do this. I'm going to reiterate. We began to do this not for the sole purpose of having classes. Our purpose is for political mobilization, because we need our community to have the power that we are entitled to have. And to do that, we all need to work together. So we have a way of breaking down these barriers that are usually cited for why people don't participate in a traditional way in our electoral process or in our civic process. All of our information is in Spanglish. We're very proud of it because it's a way that we're leveraging language resources. And we began to define participation around problem solving. People or groups finding a way to improve our situation. And here is, I'm going to show kind of this one picture and then take Lily go from here, because I think this is one of the stories of how education can be used and mobilized. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to share? Okay. Yes, well, like Arcela was mentioning, when Universidad Popular started, at least when I got involved
about 5 years, probably a little longer. Those who respond to Arcela's call for community educators, where most of us were community college, well, some of us were in community college, some of us were in Cal State San Marcos, we're college students. And one of the reasons that we respond to the call was because we were going to school with this mentality that we were always told that you go to school to improve your community, right? And at the time, me as a college student, I had one experience in the classroom and a completely different one when I would go back home with my parents. So when we came into Universidad Popular, we decided that classes cannot be taught the way they're done in a college campus, right? When you have someone who has never been to school, it's hard. It's hard to sit through a 2-hour lecture, someone just talking at you with language that you don't understand. Even if we were to use Spanish, a lot of times the Spanish that we were used by training, right, in academia, will be Spanish that maybe your everyday farm worker just doesn't fully comprehend. Also, one of the challenges we had is that in North San Diego County, we have a big population of people whose Spanish is actually their second language, their first language being one of the native language from Southern Mexico and Central America. So we started having this conversation with people, right? When you go into our classes, it's more a conversation. And when you have conversations, at least when growing up, my family had conversations. My parents will sit down, the whole family, right? When there was a problem, you'll sit down, everyone. In my house, it was at the kitchen table, right? And they will always come up with a cafe and they will start having a conversation. So that's what we decided to do with Universidad Popular. We asked people to bring the entire family, right? In academia, we call that intergenerational approach. Everyone, the whole family is integrated. We have sections where the whole family is together. And then we decided that, you know what, especially youth, they really like their own space. Also because language tends to be a barrier between different generations. So then we started creating the different groups. Here, actually, it's a very interesting project that a picture of one of our most recent projects is working with elders. So we knew that we have elders in the community who have way more knowledge that I could even imagine, right? Like Arcela mentioned, they had never been to school. And we always kept asking them questions, and they were sharing all this knowledge with us. And oftentimes I felt like, what am I sharing with them? They say, I'm the teacher, but I'm learning from them. So we asked them, what do you need to learn? What do you want to learn? And they wanted to learn how to read and write. Right? They wanted to learn how to use their cell phone. They wanted to learn how to send a text message. So we started classes. This one specifically is for our literature class. So we have English and Spanish basic literature classes. Most of it are conducted by some of the teachers that we have from Cal State San Marcos. And then also there's one-on-one tutoring with college students who end up doing their final year with us. Part of their requirements to graduate is to do a specific amount of service learning hours or community service, and they come in and teach with us. We started asking people to share their stories in terms of immigration. We work with a lot of immigrant families. And we started asking them, and I mean, we can go into details, but we asked them to bring something that they brought with them when they came to this country, right? And we got everything from pots, and just so you know, that's Arcela's mom right there. And if I'm not mistaken, your whole family has a pottery history, right? And she's very proud, so she came and shared with us. We have families who brought mantas, or they brought rebosos, and they give us the story behind that, and it's through that we started our conversations about our political climate when it comes to immigration. right, and policy. And it's through our own family stories that we're able to understand very complex systems like our federal government and how do we make a law, right? We're not coming from what the textbook says, but what is your experience through the process, and how do we explain that? How does that law apply to you and your family? You want to elaborate?
So we'll conclude here. I know we're short on time, but the point is that by designing an education approach and a learning approach that is culturally responsive to the communities that we're working with. And it's really community-based focused, but it's about validating our experiences and the experiences that our communities have had over many, many years. We essentially combined what you would take at a college campus as a U.S. history class, a Chicano-Chicana studies class, and a government class. And then we turned it into a Cultivando Liderazgo. So this is our introduction to civic engagement. On a weekly basis, we have about 650 community members that go through our classes. And I'll reiterate, it's all on a volunteer basis. So we have teachers, professors who are, our colleagues, college students, community members, and everyone sort of learning together. So this is, we're getting ready for census to make sure that we count and that our communities get counted. And we'll stop here.
Great. Let's give Arcela and Lilia a round of applause. Thank you. I'm going to give a plug for the census. Cal EnviroScreen data is based upon census data, and so if we want to continue to have robust tools, we do need to make sure everyone is counted. All right, so let's get some questions. Comments? Okay, right here.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So I'm volunteering at the Calexico Library in the adult literacy program, and I think that's a good space to hold classes like that. And I'm very interested and intrigued and inspired by your methods. Is there any way I can find resources on how to sort of integrate your ways of doing?
Yeah, we would be happy to share. We have a couple of different peer-reviewed publications with our methodology that you can take a look at. You can also reach out, and we would be happy to sit down and share more information with you. Yeah.
I think that's beautiful, because what you're talking about, I could tell you the root and origin. It's Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire, Liberation Theology. It's about we need to empower everybody through reading and writing so they could discover their own truth. Give them the tools. Don't be didacting information to them. Empower them to know and research and study, doing our own social experiments. We're scientists, all of us. Don't tell me that just because it's written in a book and it's published by the Ford Foundation that now that's truth. Come on, Ford, you bankrupt us. You're lying. You're a liar because your actions tell me you're a liar. Truth is what I know because I'm a scientist. I know what truth is, and it's all in the past, and it's all liberation theology, using our spirituality to empower each other through reading and writing, because that's how we become agents of our own change.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any more questions before? Yeah, okay. Great.
Just 2 words. The students are not objects, they're subjects. And I'm sure you understand that because it's part of the same theory. Paulo Freire.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. So yes, our work is very much inspired by that, and we are firm believers that education is a human right, and our right to be treated in a dignified way, whether it's in education and any other setting. Thank you for that.
Great, thanks. One more round of applause. Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'd like to invite Luis Olmedo to come up and give us some closing remarks for today.
Well, who always says, all of you who are already committed to this movement, and I'm so glad to see so many of you who have been involved for so many years, and what a great way to end. I mean, let's give Dr. Arcela Nunez a great round of applause. Christian, just come join me as well. Join me. I mean, what a great way to end. Please give Christian an applause as well. You know, I'm so inspired. I'm inspired by, having somebody like Christian, and how powerful of a speaker, how powerful of an academic and leader you are. And you have been. I think we met at the New River, right, with your grandmother, was it? Am I correct? Who was it that was at the New River when we were?
Yeah, I went out with my grandparents.
Your grandparents. That was when you were still in high school.
Yeah, 2009.
2009. And here you are, such a great leader, and that's inspiring because we're not always going to be here as we phase out. We want to make sure that future leaders are stepping into these roles. I mean, again, what a great way to close. I want to thank all of you for your commitment, because it's not easy to be here this late on a Saturday. And I'm just inspired. I'm inspired by everything. All of you who helped us with the plenaries. Throughout the entire couple of days, a lot of people came to me, and I know to a lot of my colleagues, and were just thanking us of how great this was. And I kept reminding them, it's not us that made it great. It's all of you who made it great. It's everybody who stood up here and shared their stories, their knowledge, their experience with you. They're the ones who made it great. We just created the space, along with Dr. Garcia for allowing us this space, and has now also invited us for future conferences up here. But with that, I mean, the work is just beginning, just like with our video when we started this meeting. There was a lot of work that had happened over the course of the year. But we're just getting started. I want to thank all my partners from across the state, from Coachella, from Kern, from Fresno, from the Bay Area, from Oakland, from Los Angeles, from San Diego, from Sacramento, all the agencies who made it out here on a Saturday, all the executives, all the management, all the staff, all of you. I want to thank each and every one of you. Some of you who are in the healthcare who have been here all day. I know most of you who are in the healthcare or medical providers like Dr. Khan. I'm sure you probably have very little time to spare, but you've been here the entire 2 days. There's so many of you that I just want to thank all of you. Matt, thank you for being here. Our air pollution officer, it's historic, the kind of partnership that we're involving here. But I mean, as I see here, all of you are friends, all of you are colleagues, all of you are people that are helping us build a movement, a very strong movement here. And I can sit here and name each one of you. But more than anything, I want to thank all of you for being here with us throughout the years. And this will all get documented. This will all get shared with everybody. And then we need to get the work continues. So with that, I want to very strong applause for yourself. So thank you, each and every one of you. So as a closing, just as we did yesterday, I want to invite Dr. Arcela Nunez, who's been such a great leader for all of us, and I wanted to join and lead us in a closing applause, a farm worker movement applause. Right. Do you need it? No.
Just stand up.
Okay, if everybody can stand up, please.